Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, September 7th, 2021. We are here today for a school board workshop. The order of business today is the agenda review of the September 8th regular agenda meeting, the uniform assessment calendar, land site planning, capital improvement plan, and prioritizing workshop topics. So to begin this meeting today, I am going to turn this over to, hi, how are you? I'm turning this over to Dr. Savage, and we'll begin with the agenda review.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. Just wanted to go through the questions that we have. And so the very first item is H, consent. Academic services, these are items that were pulled, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. These were pulled prior to the meeting related to Esser 2. The questions that were raised, first one is, why are the Esser 2 grants pulled? A, also in August, the board was to receive a briefing on district needs, student learning loss, COVID, et cetera, and the use of federal and state COVID funds. When will we be briefed? And we have a response from Ms. Terry Kennedy.
Good afternoon. The 4 allocations that we had for Esser 2 were pulled because we had a discussion last week about, I know that you guys have had a briefing about Esser 2, but not, it was more at a higher level and not in depth. So when we had a discussion about the actual, what was submitted, because we had to submit Esser 2, the 4 allocations that were on there, on August 12th. There's been a lot of changes since that time, such as the MOU that was just signed that would have bonuses. So there are things that need to be changed within the application. So through our discussion, we determined that we want to provide more input or provide more information to you and do a briefing prior to putting it on for the agenda.
Okay. And Ms. Morgan, you had asked for that. Do you have any other questions regarding that?
No, I would just say so. We're pulling it and not submitting it. Is this a time? Is there a time?
So it was actually submitted to DOE, and that's what we actually we submit the grants prior to bring before for board approval. But because there were so many changes, we thought that okay, we haven't heard back from DOE yet. Don't know when we will hear back from them, but there's an opportunity. We were going to pull some more information. We have a meeting scheduled this week to gather more information and then prepare to do a briefing. But also know that because it's such a large grant, there will be it is somewhat of a working document because there will be changes as there have been with all of the other. And for example, with Esser 1, we had, I believe, 8 amendments.
So I guess my other question is, when we're briefed, what are we addressing? Where are the gaps? What have we identified from a data point of view? What are we addressing with the funding? I thought we were supposed to have that already. I mean, is that what's coming, and when is it coming?
Yes, we actually do have a scheduled briefing to go through some of the assessment data to look at those gaps and so forth. In fact, the individual who you have sitting in front of you at the table here, our new Director of Accountability, is Dr. K, who's sitting down here at the table. He will be a part of that briefing to go through all of the data, specifically to unpack that information. He joined us, I'm trying to think what meeting that was, where you were recently appointed, but they're busy getting all of that data, unpacking it and putting together some additional context. I think one thing that's most important, Ms. Kennedy, if you don't mind just kind of elaborating a little bit more just about the positions. One of the things that's so important is if the state does not approve the plan and there are positions that are being funded through that plan, that would create a little bit of an issue for us as well, because the assumption would be you do not want to start paying for something and then find out that all of a sudden the state will not approve that piece. So it's very important we work through our state approval process before we create more justified reliance upon that piece. Ms. Kennedy, is there anything I'm leaving out on that?
And some of the positions have been filled, but for example, if you look at one of the allocations is for finding unaccounted for students, they're specific in what the desire is there, and we have social workers under that particular allocation. So there are a lot of positions in this in this grant that were allocated, but we know that that was kind of a dream that we could fill all these positions, but we realize that that's going to change. So as that changes, we will be modifying the positions and making sure. But again, as Dr. Savage said, we're waiting to get some feedback from DOE. And we do not, initially when we submitted this grant back in, I believe it was March or April, when we actually signed the assurances and signed for the grant, they said that we weren't going to have to do a budget narrative. And that all changed in July and said, no, now we want something, and we submitted in August. So now we're still waiting. But we want to make sure we have that information and have things done appropriately so that the funding is there for any of the positions that are in it.
Thank you. And then, Dr. Savage?
Yes, the second question was also to Ms. Kennedy, but I think you might have addressed them in your answer so far. Why were these 4 items pulled? Are we hiring all these new positions in item 4 that was listed, or are we moving staff to these positions? What is the plan? Again, I tried to address some of that just in the statement that I just made, but Ms. Kennedy?
So the allocation, actually, some of the positions have been filled, but again, the focus is on classrooms. So the focus is that, those positions that we can fill that we don't affect the classrooms, we are working to fill.
Is there any other questions pertaining to this?
Somewhere in the back of my brain, I thought I remembered there being a public feedback component to Esser. Will part of our briefing be to show us what public feedback we've received and how we've gone about getting that?
So the public feedback is for Esser 3. It's not a requirement of Esser 2. So we do have a plan, and we are working on, okay, what's that next step? But we don't know when Esser 3 will come through. Esser 3 is the grant that's approximately, I believe it's 174, 175 million. That's the next one following. So, and it does require a website and public input.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Going on to H6, because I have one other.
Just this one right here, though. Nothing? Okay. Dr. Savage, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Item H6, approval of the Teacher and School Leader Incentive Program Grant. The question was, how will participants be chosen? Is there specific criteria? Please explain the plan for these positions. We have Dr. Helen Davis-Martin here. Dr. Martin?
Okay, good afternoon. So as part of the grant proposal from the U.S. Department of Education, they put out criteria for identifying the high-need schools. And so the high-need schools are determined by schools enrolling 50% or more of students who qualify for direct certify. So all of the schools who meet that criteria were included in the grant proposal. And I believe the other question was about the positions. So if we are awarded funding, then the positions would be advertised, and we would gather a committee of relevant school and district stakeholders to screen, interview, hire, and select the positions. And then the individuals who would be awarded those positions, they would be notified that the positions are grant funded and time bound.
Is there any, the person who
Thank you for
asked the
that.
question is not here? Ms. Gaten, did you say you had a
Yeah,
question?
I had one on this. This is the teacher leader program that we have in effect right now. Because I thought there was one where it was grant funded, then that went away, then we picked it up and we're paying for it. Is this in addition to the one that we pay the $10,000 at the end of the year type thing?
So we were awarded the Teacher Incentive Fund grant back in 2013, and that concluded in 2017 for that, and that initiated the teacher leader role. And then after that grant concluded, then schools elected to fund or not fund peer collaborative teachers from their Title I budgets. And the peer collaborative teachers are eligible for a $10,000 supplement at the end of their year. So the Teacher and School Leader Fund grant is somewhat similar to the original TIF grant we had, but it's different criteria that the U.S. Department of Education set out during this time. So within the TESOL grant, to achieve the grant goals, we've included supplements for peer collaborative teachers at those schools that are eligible, meeting the high need school criteria, but it's a little bit different than the original TIF grant.
So we're basically looking at having peer collaborative teachers and teacher leaders, and they both get incentive.
No, there are, the teacher leader job description sunsetted with the TIF grant. And so the only role now is peer collaborative teachers.
Okay. I'm going to make an appointment to talk to you so you can draw me some pictures.
Yes.
I'm just a little confused at, and I've said this before, that I do have a concern about our best and brightest teachers being taken out of the classroom at any time. And to see another initiative to take more of them out of the classroom is just, it gives me angst. I'm sorry, it does.
And this would not necessarily add more peer collaborative teachers to the group, but it would fund some of the supplements of the current ones, and it would reshape their work. And the best part about those roles is they do have the opportunity to teach students directly 50% of the time. So that's part of their role, is to teach students directly, and they have their own courses.
So is that a change from the peer collaborative format before? Because, okay, so they're still, whether they fall in one bucket or the other, they're going to teach 50% of the time,
Yes,
is what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, like I said, we can draw some pictures on a napkin one day, okay.
Yeah, what
Sorry,
Ms.
Mr. Shearman.
Gittens said reminds me that I've had this same concern about, especially at this time when we're having such difficulty securing teachers, and frankly, we are having many of our veteran teachers leave. All right, let me just use with the peer collaborative. Okay, we know that teachers are evaluated. Is there a separate evaluation for just the portion of the collaborative part, or however you want to put it? Is there a separate evaluation? Who does that, and what are the criteria for it?
So they fall under the non-classroom instructional rubric, the peer collaborative teachers. So they part of their evaluation is the manager's rating, and there's a separate rubric for that really allows them to demonstrate those competencies in the rubric through what they do in their classroom for instruction, as well as how they fulfill their leadership duties, so through the job embedded PD. And then also they're evaluated in part on student achievement, and that student achievement score is derived from the students they directly teach for a part of the time.
Okay, so what criteria and what percentage? Because if they're 50-50, you would think that 50% of the evaluation needs to come from that. So is that true, or, and how is that particular evaluation, how is it formulated?
The principals conduct the evaluations. So the instructional practice evaluation, the language in the rubric, it's based off the Danielson model, but then there are considerations in there for their work with all stakeholders, which includes the teachers they support for job embedded professional development.
Okay, and I'm still with Ms. Gittens on her comment that I think that they would be, our best and brightest teachers that have been selected for this would be better teaching full-time, or maybe just one class period off, because let's face it, they already get a very nice stipend at the end of the year. And to me, maybe one period off and that lovely stipend, if it puts them back in the classroom, I would rather see that, but obviously it's already done this way, but just my opinion.
Yeah, I appreciate your feedback, and I do know that many of them are covering classes right now, and so that their instruction looks a bit more like 100% at this time than 50-50.
Yeah.
And they're still providing support and coaching to the new teachers in their building also right now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Ms. Fisher, and then I'll come back to Ms. Gittens.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Martin. So I noticed that this grant supplies certain positions, and that's 4 main positions, I think, to implement, to run the grant. How are the individual people who participate selected, and is there an application process, do they apply? Are they selected by their principals? What is the criteria?
So the individuals, we would follow the hiring the Lee County Way process. So if we were awarded the grant, we would advertise the positions through PeopleSoft and share that notice out to individuals. So anyone who is interested or met the minimum criteria would have the ability to apply. And then the hiring manager at the unique locations or at the district office would gather a committee of relevant stakeholders. They would screen the applications, they would invite those qualified to interview, and then they would make their final selections and then recommendations for the position.
Okay, and that's at all levels, not, okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
I think the issue that I have is just the number of staff and qualified teachers that are coaching. We're saying to teachers, you are much more valuable if you're out of the classroom. We have peer collaborative, we have teacher leaders, and we have academic coaches. That's a lot of coaching. And I understand it helps us with our, grades and scores and all of that, but to me, there's got to be a balance. Because, and I've had teachers say, well, I want to become a coach because then I can make more money and be with kids less. That's what we're telling them. And then you get the opportunity to move from 50% of the time to 100% of the time if you come to be a coach at the district. And please, I'm not putting down anyone. I'm talking about a process. Okay.
Ms. Morgan?
Ms. Gittens gave me something to think about. Why don't we just shrink class size where we've got a need and keep these people in the classroom?
And I do know from the peer collaborative teachers role and then working with the schools who have other individuals in the building that a lot of them are doing that right now. They are working in classrooms where a full-time teacher hasn't been found, or they're working in a classroom to cover positions right now where there are openings.
I think, Dr. Spira, were you going to jump up out of your seat to answer that? Is that okay? Okay. I just seen you ready to jump. Is there any other questions?
Can I throw this out? And I'm sorry to be a pain with this, but is there a point, how we're talking about a cutoff point or a ceiling? There doesn't seem to be a ceiling for coaches. That, we had peer collaborative, then we have the others, and we just continue to add. At what point, and honestly, you look at the HR list of all the people that are leaving, and, having coaches, would it have helped that? I guess I'm just trying to say we need to really look at what are we doing? And yes, I know they're helping now because they have to. But in good times, anyway, I'm done.
Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is that at the same time that we go over what 2021 did to our students and how we're using Esser money, I think the board really needs to hear more about how we're structuring all of the support services for the classroom. I think it would be helpful to have that done in a briefing.
And I can say that we do quarterly surveys of our new teachers, and then we also do periodic focus groups and surveys with our new teachers as well at the end of the year. And one of the pieces that they do come back and say is most helpful to them is the support that's provided to them through the school-based coaches and the peer collaborative teachers that really helps them be more successful in the classroom. And again, our goal with the peer collaborative role is that they do teach students directly a part of the time, so our best teachers aren't removed from students.
Go ahead, Ms.
Yeah, so I think what we need to see is some data. What's happening in the classrooms, what's happening when you put somebody in. I mean, it's one thing to say it's easier for me to do my job and be more effective. We just need to know more about, okay.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, and I agree with the various comments here. I think part of that data might be the exact number of teachers that are actually using this service. And, you know, we tend to think, oh, a peer collaborative is going to be just for the newbies. No, there are plenty. As a department chair in Texas, I helped and mentored. I didn't have any extra time off to do it, but I helped and mentored people who had been teaching a really long time, and maybe they had been assigned you know, a new curriculum, or, you know, an elementary, maybe a new grade level that they're struggling with. And the other thing is, of course, it's not just curriculum, but it's classroom discipline as well. And one of the things I have realized from talking to several of my friends who are seasoned teachers, one of whom after 14 years just quit, a high school teacher, just walked out because of lack of support. And it wasn't because she didn't know her curriculum. She had been teaching advanced level classes for most of her career, most of the 14 years. But there's a missing piece, and that's the missing piece for, you know, the teachers have their evaluators, the people that come in. And the role of the evaluator shouldn't be just, you know, if there's some shortcomings, should not be, oh, you didn't do that well, or, oh, I caught you doing. The teacher should feel comfortable in going to that evaluator or some other administrator in the building to get some help, get some feedback, some not just negative feedback, but constructive feedback. And also, I think that individual should be listening to the teacher feedback, because quite frankly, the things I've heard, the stories I've heard, and it's not just from one or two individuals, it's from many individuals, mostly high school, but also from middle school and elementary school, is they are not getting the support that they need in the classroom discipline. And obviously, if you can't get your classroom under control, it is going to affect how you deliver the curriculum. And I'm just really tired of hearing the stories. And I think the other thing, to be honest, is school principals often, let's say not warn, but they put out there to the APs, we want to keep our numbers looking good. So if Teacher Jones is having problems, and it may be just, I mean, I've had classes that I've never had a problem with, and I had classes that there was always somebody, and it's the, you know this, it's the chemistry in the class, and it's the nature of the class. If you have a very low reading group and you have certain, I mean, it's going to be different. And yet, sometimes those teachers that have those classes, and it can happen at any level, number of years that you're teaching, they feel like they want to try to hide it because they feel like they're going to get slammed for it. And then the other thing is, many of them, when they do try to do something, they don't get supported. So when we're talking about support in the classroom, it's extremely important to have the curriculum support. But if we don't have the matching support for behavior issues and those kinds of things, and I don't see that administration, not in all, in many of the schools are serving that purpose. They're more there to make numbers look good for their school.
And I agree with you that experienced teachers need professional learning as well, just as much. I think just what happened last school year and the year before we went to remote learning, our peer collaborative teachers told us that for the first time they were coaching the highly experienced veteran teachers that they looked up to because the whole world of instruction had kind of been turned upside down. So they were working together to collaborate and provide ideas. And I agree that I know as a teacher, and I know as even a professional development facilitator and a leader, if the environment isn't safe and well-structured, then there's really no amount of learning that can take place. And I do know that is a value of the peer collaborative teacher role. I can invite people in to my classroom and I can model the strategies with my students, but then I think that invites the question, right? Well, those are your kids, they're not my kids. My kids can never do that. So the release time that the peer collaborative teachers do have is valuable for them to actually go into the classrooms of the teachers and then model the strategies with their own students. So that way they can't say, well, oh, my kids would never do that. No, they did, look, and let me help you get there. And we do also have a simple survey we provide our peer collaborative teachers that they can send out to the teachers that they coach directly to gather feedback on their coaching so they can improve and become better and utilize the strategies as well. But the needs are so great. It's difficult to provide, I think, a coach for every teacher in some capacity, but we certainly are committed to making sure they're effective.
And I'm just going to say, I understand what your role is. But I just want to put it out there while we're discussing support in the classroom and why people leave. We need to do something about support from school administrators. And again, I'm not saying everybody, but there are people, you know, and you say the focus groups and all of that, I'm sorry. People are still worried how they portray themselves, because if they go in and they're telling the truth about things they're still struggling with, that's a kiss of death.
Okay, I'm going to go. Ms. Fisher, I know we're coming up to the 30 minutes and we haven't finished it. So I'm going to ask, Ms. Fisher has had her hand up. So I'm going to ask Ms. Fisher and then Ms. Gittens and then if Ms. Morgan, okay. And then we'll move on.
Okay, I'll be really brief. When we have these people who are assigned to be collaborating with classroom teachers, the end goal, I think, is, and I just read this somewhere and I can't find it, but how many effective and highly effective teachers we have in this district, and it's upwards of 95%. But when we look at the student performance data, that's not commensurate. So I think when we get the information, I'd like to hear something about that and how that, you know, how do we know that these efforts and that a grant like this is really going to give us the results we're looking for. So if we could include some of that, I'd like to hear about that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Ms. Gittens.
Okay, mine is short and sweet.
Thank you.
Whenever you, criticize a process, you need to have something to put in its place. My suggestion is, and you kind of hit on it when you said about them coming into your room, but if we need to reduce class sizes, if we increased the coaches from 50 to 60%, that would reduce our class sizes, and also in those other times, pushing in, for some people, they may not get it, but for others, they do. And pushing out into their classroom to have a combination of the two of those. If you're a brand new teacher, let's say, and you're trying to see classroom management, I can come in and tell you all day, well, you need to have Johnny do this and that. But to actually observe how I do it and how I get my Johnny to sit down is very informative. So they need to see it, an example, then they can go to the next room and you can work them through it as well. And we would reduce class size.
Thank you. We could definitely look into that. I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Martin. Dr. Savage?
Yes, Madam Chair. The final group of questions are for J1, consent, approval of personnel recommendations general. First question, Marcia Burr, who will replace her. Second question, Rob Dodig, I would like to discuss with board in our agenda workshop. Third question, HR Executive Director, following review of information, I'm requesting discussion of applicant qualifications. So to just answer the first one, Marcia Burr, who will place her, that is a position, our director position is currently being advertised. We fully anticipate that we'll have a highly qualified candidate. I know we already have some that are already applying. It's still open at this time, including a qualified internal candidate. As well as we want to make sure that when we go through this hiring process for this specific position, we really engage some of the community partners that are part of this, as well as some of the grants that are impacted. There's federal grants. We really want to make sure we do that in the best way we can, so that is where we're properly vetting those candidates and engaging the partners who also have a mutual interest in that piece as well. That's the first part of that one. The second part of the candidates, I do have the job description for the HR Executive Director, and again, there's a specific comment, Mr. Dodig. Just like minimum qualifications to start out with, there are 2 significant minimum qualifications, and then there are 2 that are listed as preferences. The 2 preferences are generic nature industry certifications, Lean Six Sigma. Those are things that we started adding that are pretty generic to all of those positions. However, the first one is either a master's degree in human resources, business administration, ed leadership, administration and supervision, or a Juris Doctorate. The second qualification is 8 years of progressively responsible work experience in human resources and employee labor relations, supervisory experience preferred. So again, I would, taking that against the candidate that's been put forward as a recommendation, I would say, that Juris Doctorate is the first piece, and then the second piece of the 8 years, Mr. Dodig, prior to him being selected by the board as the board attorney, which again is currently, I believe, one of the second highest positions in the district in terms of compensation, in terms of its significance, the critical value that it has. Clearly, the board found it within him that he was qualified for that position when they chose him for that role. The other thing I would say is that prior to his assuming that role upon which the board selected him for, directly, from 2005 to 2018, he was a staff attorney here in the school district of Lee County. And again, he was stationed predominantly down in the HR area for a significant portion of that piece, being integral in almost every aspect of the HR apparatus, including the things that are specifically called out, labor relations, human resources. That was the lion's share of the work. So I can speak and attest when I was back as assistant principal in this district, and we were going through the race to the top and implementing policies and trying to understand how that would be done through the HR apparatus. Mr. Doty was pretty critical, along with the leadership of Dr. Atkins back during that time frame. So he's been at it a very long time. He's seen just the full complexity of situations. But I think most importantly is something that you're not going to see on here. It's not going to show up on the resume. It's really goes to something very important, and that is Mr. Dodig is a passionate Lee County Schools fan. He's worked here for a significant period of time. He knows, as a person who was a principal, as many other principals, we knew and counted on the fact that he never was too busy to take a phone call from us. He significantly valued not just the people in the schools, but the people in the HR division and the other workers throughout the building. He is a man who leads with his heart. And that is one of the things that really stood out to me above all else, is that while there is a vast need for the expertise, specifically in areas that he is most skilled in terms of the labor relations, in terms of handling some of those difficult investigations, in terms of the due process, he did that for a very long period of time. Those are areas that we certainly want to make sure we have the top level of training involved in that area as well. And so because of that, I just have the utmost confidence that he would be a valuable addition to this role, specifically in this executive role here in the district. I just can't say enough about that piece of reputation that he had, both with the schools as well as internally working across all divisions, as someone who was really a right hand for Dr. Atkins during that time period when he was in the HR role, prior to his going to operations and prior to him becoming superintendent here for all that time. So those are just a few of the responses, but I'm happy to take additional questions from the board on this particular area.
Ms. Morgan, I'm going to have you start, please.
So first of all, just so you're aware, there was only one candidate for the board attorney. and he didn't even last a year. As I understand it, Holly Matthews handled the HR executive director process. It was advertised in-house on PeopleSoft and on the website, so no effort was made whatsoever to identify potential candidates outside of the school district. Who will Rob Dodig report to? Will he report to you?
Just to clarify, this was advertised both internally and externally. We did actually have external applicants as well. As soon as the ad closed, I also did reach out to what I felt was the next most qualified candidate as well. The two actually final candidates, as well as compared to the person who's currently serving in that role. That's really the decision that I had to reach following.
And I'm going to interrupt you just so we can get through this.
Yes.
So that was the answer that Holly gave me. The answer was that it was advertised, it was put on PeopleSoft, and it was put on the website. Who will Rob report to?
In this circumstance, me directly, just because the current role would be as a chief HR, but our chief HR is on leave, and so he would report to me.
Isn't the rehiring of Dodig redundant from a legal point of view? What value added does this particular position provide to the HR department other than the ability to work with the union?
Well, it's certainly beyond just working with the union. We have a number of departments, each with capable leaders at the heads of those various department leaders. That's one of the great values that I see in the current HR apparatus is we have very skilled directors at each of those levels. With the exception of professional standards, which we are hiring for, trying to advertise and hire for.
Okay, so who will be responsible for the AP pool and who will be responsible for the principal pool?
Yes, the current person who supervises our leadership program is Lynn Harrell, who is still in her position. Her position is remaining the same at this time, executive director and it related to professional development.
If a chief HR director is hired at a later time, what will Dodig's responsibilities become then, since all he really has is a legal background, not an HR background?
Well, so I would push on that to say that certainly he has a legal background, but we're not hiring to be an attorney. We have attorneys, and we actually have a staff attorney, but it's certainly, I don't want to say that it's redundant. I would say there's a significant value to have legal understanding, specifically a bevy of experience in the HR apparatus. It's a phenomenal value add for us because truly a lot of the liability and issue that we deal with comes up through the HR side. So as an example, public records.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just cede my time to others because we need to move on, and I know others have questions.
Thank you. Who else, please? Ms. Patrica?
So as I went through the minimum job qualifications, progressively responsible work experience in human resources. I understand that time spent in human resources is part of the background of this individual applicant, but progressively responsible work experience in human resources is not demonstrated. That would be demonstrated by somebody being a coordinator and then becoming a director and then becoming an executive director. This board has discussed quite a bit when we put out the job qualifications for interim superintendent. We discussed quite a bit the need for progressive responsibility to be documented, proven, and shown, and a lot of resumes were disregarded because they didn't show progressive responsibility. And it just doesn't exist here. I'm a process person, and boards approve job descriptions for a reason, and that is to sort of put I think guardrails around hiring decisions to be made by superintendents. And I look at these 4 job qualifications, 4 minimum job qualifications, and only one of the 4 is met. I understand that industry certifications and Lean Six Sigma are preferred. Something in the alternative, if the board decides that some alternative is acceptable, that's fine, but I see no alternative. I hear, if I may through the chair, I hear Dr. Savage, you say a passion for Lee County Schools family and you have the utmost confidence. and reputation, and I agree with all of that. My concern here is really, it's a judgment question. The applicant was a fine attorney, a fine education attorney, and it seems to me that this is not about the applicant, this is about the seat on the bus that you want to put the applicant in. The qualifications simply are not there.
Dr.
Through the
Savage,
chair,
did
if I
you-
could just respond. So again, what I would say, 8 years of progressively responsible work experience in human resources and employee labor relations. You know, in my mind, you know, here's the challenge. You know, if he had started in a low-level position and worked his way up, what he did was he started in one of the most elevated positions, and specifically was in the office adjacent to the executive director, which at the time was Dr. Atkins. So he could not, unless he took Dr. Atkins' job, there really wasn't much room for him to move up. What I would say is, addition in the concept of progressively responsible work experience, isn't just job hopping and moving into positions that have to then be created to do it. A lot of it comes from the work itself. So as people take on and hold down a high level position for a significant period of time, they do receive a great deal of additional experience and can contribute valuable additions simply by going through unique, unprecedented, uncharted territory. They learn on the job and they contribute to do that. So for this length of time that he was able to hold that high level position, really being the staff attorney for the entire district, for that period of time, which the vast majority of his time was HR-related law, so labor relations and all the human resource issues. That's the vast majority of his time was spent doing that, not necessarily academic-related items. Truly, that was a big part of his job. And I know this because, you know, we interacted with him. I saw it. You know, if we're to be fair-handed about it, that would be the case. As far as the other preferred certifications, the last 4 people that had this position didn't have those industry certifications or Lean Six Sigma when they took the position. They either acquired them while they were in the position as well. So again, I'm not trying to put any additional pressure on Mr. Dodig. It's simply just past practice. And also, again, I would just say the board chose to hire him. Maybe there was only one applicant. Maybe it's because other folks saw him apply and felt that he was easily the most qualified person for the job. But the board, when given its discretion, chose to hire him. So if there's a question of my judgment, I would just say then I would wonder what rationale the board used in making that determination.
Ms. Gittens and then Ms. Vaughn, please.
Okay. This is interesting to me that in the 3 years I've been on this board, how this conversation shifts back and forth depending on whom board members like or they don't like. I have been told with situations, you cannot discuss that, stay in your lane, because the only reasons that you can question the superintendent's choices are moral turpitude and not qualified. We know there's no moral turpitude. The qualifications are there, just not the ones that some board members might want. But we are looking at a situation where HR is the crux of any organization. And right now we're looking at that department, and please, no offense to Lynn or anyone that's holding down the fort, but we do not have a necessarily qualified or most qualified person in that position now. And we need to get someone in that position. So I go back to the fact that moral turpitude and not qualified. We've explained the qualifications, there's no moral turpitude. The other thing we need to look at, I was thinking about this on the weekend, you know, we are looking to hire a superintendent possibly the first part of next year of 22. On the ballot in 22 will be the choice of having an elected superintendent. So if things fell into a certain way and that passed in 22, we could hire a superintendent in 22, and in 24 they find themselves running for office to keep their position. So we really need to think, and I hear people talk all the time about the staff is you know, nervous about who's going to sit there, and the staff is, you know, uneasy because we're not settled. Well, let's get some settlement for staff, for employees to just get stuff moving on. We really need to stop just nitpicking and arguing at everything the superintendent wants to do. We have enough on our plates that we need to be dealing with, and let the job be done. Put people in place. Let's move on. And I just think that we're letting personal things get in the way of us doing what our job is, and it's not to knock down who the superintendent wants, as long as there's no moral turpitude or non-qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. Ms. Vaughn, please, and then Ms. Giovanelli.
All right, yeah, some of the things that Ms. Gittens expressed are similar to what I'm about to say. I want to say that in the previous superintendent administration, we often had people put into positions not based solely on, especially with the internals, not based solely on exact qualifications, but rather have they been good soldiers for the district, which is not anything I'm saying was good, or who they know, or various and sundry other things. And those decisions were not questioned for our previous administration. I find that very, very interesting. I find this very personal. Secondly, the thing that is disturbing to me is when I hear one of my fellow board members being rude and disrespectful to our superintendent as he is talking, and actually cutting him off in the middle of a sentence. I think that's very disrespectful and rude, and it really underscores, it showcases exactly the amount of personal agenda that someone has when someone acts that way from the dais. Finally, I was going to ask through the chair, but maybe Ms. Gittens has covered this enough, if the two people that have spoken so far objecting to Mr. Dotage find him with some kind of moral shortcoming, a criminal shortcoming that would prevent him. And otherwise, I would remind everyone of what Ms. Gittens said about statute, and that we need to respect the judgment of our superintendent, and we need to remember that this was advertised, and that the people that were considered, including a current internal candidate, were interviewed and a decision was made. So I'm not going to ask that question because Ms. Gittens already touched on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Giovanelli, please.
Thank you. Real quick, I know someone that actually saw the advertising. I don't know how long it was up for, but I know someone personally that saw it was advertised. So I can attest for that. In fact, they called me about it and asked me several questions. I find that Mr. Doty will bring great value based on his experience. I think that's something that this district has been lacking, is the ability to understand the legal ramifications of what they're doing. So I think that this will lower or eliminate employee litigation, and I think that really should be one of our high, very at a high on our list, because that's something that we've struggled with for the last few years, and making sure that we're doing things right for employees and students. And I think that him being in this position would be perfect for that. I can actually personally attest to him. He does have the passion. When he was leaving, him and both of us cried together, because I was very upset that he was leaving, because I had a lot of hope and faith in him. And he told me his words, and let this ring out to the district: I thought I could do change, and I can make change on this side of it, and Melissa, I can't. So it's better for me to leave. Within 20 days, I had an ethics complaint filed against me. And so I think that if he had the ability, he would have stopped that from happening and coming from the HR department. So that fully was part of that. And I'm sure you're aware of that, Ms. Pastrika. So I think that he is going to be a very key element to bringing this district together to do what's right for parents and children and our staff. So I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher, did you have, I didn't know if you had your hand up. Okay, Ms. Patrica?
So if I may ask the board attorney through the chair, could you apply the law to the facts in this case, please? As I read the law, and I don't mean now, if you could, before tomorrow night's board meeting when we have to take action on this, look at the applications, the information that we have on the two applicants, and tell me whether minimum qualifications are met or I don't think moral turpitude is an issue here. But if you could apply the law to the facts and provide some guidance to me as a board member as to, it seems pretty obvious to me the black and white words on the paper are for minimum qualifications. I look at the two resumes that were submitted. One of them has all of the qualifications plus some, and the other has one. Perhaps I'm missing something legally that I'm unaware of. If you could provide that guidance before tomorrow's vote, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Pre-Bruno, did you want to?
The only thing I could say, I can definitely provide the guidance legally in terms of what the superintendent's obligation is and what the board's obligation is. I did pull the personnel file for Mr. Dodick, and I did review that file already. I can certainly look to see if the minimum qualifications are met. However, in terms of the actual decision to hire this person over the other person, that's completely out of my purview.
I understand. I'm just looking at the law, minimum qualifications. That's process. That's what I'm looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so I guess my concern, maybe I didn't state it clearly, it's really less about the candidate than it is about the process used. We're talking about 11,500 employees who run from cafeteria workers, transportation workers, operation, maintenance, teachers, whatever. And the job of that department is to recruit, hire, and retain high-quality people. So that, to me, is the job requirement for the individual coming into this position. So I'm concerned about the process. The other thing I'm concerned about is typically, and I realize this was your predecessor, but typically when somebody new was coming into the organization, peers had the opportunity to be part of the screening process. As far as I know, the only person who did the screening in this case was Ms. Matthews. Now, again, that's what I learned. I could be wrong. So my issue is really about the process, because we now have a number of other positions that are open that you say that we're looking for. How can I be confident that the way we're doing it is a way that will yield the best, the most highly qualified individual for the position when we are trying to build a high-quality staff? So that's my last comment. Thank you.
Dr. Savage, did you want to respond to that?
Sure, I can just clarify, yes. This, following our LTAD, which is our human resource process document, this specifically, these positions, I do have that discretion for executive director higher positions. In terms of screening selection, I'm the one who looked at all of the resumes. I went through every single one of the applicants for it as well. I also did take over an hour with the other applicant who was being referred to that had more of the traditional HR experience in terms of the benefit side of that side of the house. I would just say from a litigation standpoint, from a risk standpoint right now, the reason why this is so important and to address it immediately is because the job that is needed right now. This isn't a time where I can, I'm having to spend an inordinate amount of time addressing such matters of how people were compensated, how individuals were identified to receive one level of compensation versus the other. I'm having to personally perform some of these tasks because these functions cannot be carried out because there is no evidence that they were carried out, that we can't find these pieces. So it's very important that whoever is in that position has a legal understanding so that the choices we're making every day that I have to rely upon without doing it myself are in fact people who understand the law in this particular area and understand where our policies or procedures have issues. I need to be able to rely on that. I need it today. And so from my standpoint, that's why I think I am following this process of the discretion that is needed, and I'm recommending someone with considerable experience through multiple administrations, including all the way back to Dr. Browder and every superintendent between then and Dr. Atkins. This is where Mr. Dodig was so helpful in that piece, through all those pieces. So I just want to reiterate again, I have the utmost confidence in Mr. Dodig, his wealth of experience specifically in this area, familiarity with our board policies, familiarity with the individuals. So if I can just reassure again that this absolutely is someone I recommend highly for this position.
Ms. Patrica?
I was just going to say, rather than send an email, just putting the board on notice that I will pull this tomorrow night pending the results from Attorney Dupree Bruno. And when I do make the motion, I will make the motion for approval of all recommendations in that agenda item, with the exception of Executive Director of HR, and then I would make a separate motion for the Executive Director of HR.
And I want to say, too, I know that, Dr. Savage, thank you for pulling this last week in order for us to get more information regarding the hires. So that was greatly appreciated as well. And then, as my understanding, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of like off today, my understanding, this individual would be working hand in hand with the other executive director there to make the team. Is that correct in my understanding?
Yes, this hire would allow us to currently have 2 executive directors. I would say, the job that Ms. Harrell does is so substantial in terms of the leadership piece, but it's a very specific purview. She's been very graceful to step in and provide leadership of that division, because leadership of that division is needed every day to support those directors. But her background and experience, and I think she'd be the first to tell you, is not necessarily in leading the HR apparatus. However, she was there to see a lot of the things that happen. And so I have to just say, while I have the opportunity, how grateful I have been to Ms. Harrell, because she stepped right in the day after our chief went out, and I would even argue before then, and tried to steady the ship. She tried to invest in all of the leaders around her, really provided to the best of her ability, and continues to do that. And tries to be as responsive as possible. The difference, though, of course, is that she has a background with school leadership and a lot of background in that side of it. Where Mr. Dodig is a dramatic contrast is that he really worked for well over a decade in that particular area and is very familiar with the law, the policies, the procedures, all of those, so he can continue to add and support to the directors in ways that are simply she would not be able to do. But that's nothing against Ms. Harrell. It's more just a credit to what Mr. Dodig brings immediately from day one.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I believe that concluded that portion, correct, Dr. Savage?
That is correct.
So, ladies, I know we've gone over just a bit, and Mr. K, I apologize that, or Dr. K, I apologize that you've been sitting here all this time. So if we may, go ahead and start with yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I don't think it's on.
Not on, but
No, just, is there a button?
turn on.
I think
Are
it's
the other
on.
one then? You have all your stuff there, you don't need to move. Okay. We'll take care of it.
I mean, I can go over there.
Oh, it's on.
Fine.
Is that on?
Yep.
There we go. All right. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Matthew Kay. It's my pleasure to be with you this afternoon. The purpose of this presentation is to review with the board the uniform assessment calendar for 2021-2022 school year. And we have a process that we have to follow via the state that begins with school board approval. So this is a template that is provided by the state. It includes all state-required assessments as well as district assessments. That is then completed, submitted to the board for approval, and then submitted to the state by October 1st, as well as presented for stakeholders on the district website. There are 6 components to the document. The first 2 are more generic informational purposes, and then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th are the required and district assessments. And then the final one is the estimates of total testing time for students across grade levels. The first section that we'll review is section 3, required statewide assessments. This includes any assessments required by the state for grades K through 12. This would be DOE determined. The DOE provides us with assessment windows on a calendar. We then determine within those windows the district windows. Some have greater latitude than others. At all times, we've tried to be as conscientious towards our schools as possible. There are different types of formats. You'll see there's paper-based as well as computer-based. We have some flexibility within computer-based, although this year the state has required that we have very specific dates designated for our paper-based assessments. Those are identified as well on the slide for you. Component 4 is statewide assessments for select students. These would be assessments that are not administered across the K-12 spectrum or the 310 spectrum, depending on the assessment. These are also need to be designated. Again, these are required by the state. And then the final one is district required assessment information. So these would be ones that our school district has selected to administer as well. These would include our progress monitoring, formative assessments, things such as that, as well as fluency checks, et cetera. And then finally, estimates of total assessment time by grade level. So this takes up the amount of minutes that are anticipated for these assessments, and then it's divided by the total instructional time. That's for each grade level. State statute requires that all testing percentages are below 5% of total instructional time. And so each one of those is identified as well. I do have 2 grade levels I'd like to amend here, and that will be amended when we put out grade level 3 and grade level 4. The minutes on there are accurate. The percentages actually for grade 3 are 2.7%, and for grade 4 is 2.9%. That'll be amended. It was a last-minute addition on from the minutes are correct, but the oversight was on the percentages. We have already amended those to ours, and that will be updated in your next update next week. Then the next steps for the assessment calendar would be that we'd be bringing them to the school board for approval on September 21st. The agenda item every year includes a provision that the superintendent can make adjustments as necessary. Of course, we monitor state updates as well. Sometimes, as you can imagine from recent years past, the state will update things such as assessment windows, formats, et cetera. And so there is a discretion to make those changes with board approval as the year goes on. And we monitor the state updates obviously very closely, especially this year. After approval, it'll be posted on the district website for public consumption. And again, it needs to be finalized to the state by October 1st. And thank you for your time. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, and then Ms. Gittens, and then Ms. Patrico.
Okay. I would like to go back to the statewide assessments for select students, PSAT grade 10. Are we planning, I have several questions on this. Are we planning to give it to all grade 10 students, or just like level 3 through 5, or how are we doing that?
No, PSAT is for all grade 10 students.
Okay. Are we also going to be offering the PSAT on that day for our 11th graders?
The PSAT for 11th graders is traditionally for those interested in the national merit designation. So there is usually an informational session delivered at those schools for those students, and then they can sign up for that one. There is a required SAT for 11th graders this year from the state.
Okay, but will they be able to take on that Tuesday test? Because I didn't look up, you don't have a date here, but I'm assuming that we have the Tuesday test for our 10th graders. And are you saying that the 11th graders would be able to take it at the school that day? Or are you saying they would have to sign up for the Saturday test?
Ms. Sassier is our 6-12 assessment. She can answer that specifically.
Right. Okay, so the PSAT grade 10 is the state funded.
Right.
11th grade is welcome to test that day, but they pay for it themselves, or the school can choose to pay for it.
All right. Now, Dr. Kay just said that there would be an informational session. One of the things that I have been talking about for the past 3 years since I've been on this board is that we don't do enough as a school district for our really high-level achieving students. First of all, I'm wondering if the students who took PSAT last year in grade 10, those that were scoring, let's say 95th percentile and above, if they were counseled, if they were brought in and given specific information about PSAT as the National Merit Qualifying Test.
We are in the process of developing something very akin to what you're saying as far as...
Sorry.
So just as you said, identifying students that would be a target for such distinctions as national merit finalists. We have the PSAT data, and that was something that we were working on in my previous role as advanced studies coordinator, working with the accountability team to identify those students and work on a process that would be inclusive enough for all students, but also identify students, just as you're mentioning, that would be national merit finalist style students to try to increase that footprint in our district.
Okay, well, and this is something I'm very passionate about because at my prior district, I helped to develop with the advanced studies coordinator for our school district. We had coursework where we actually identified as 10th graders, because Texas did something very similar, testing all the 10th graders, and we took a look at certain level. Actually, I think we did a cutoff at the top quarter that we offered a special. Everyone could take a PSAT class, but we offered a special class for the top, I think it was about 1/4 of the students. And the result of that in our district, and many districts did very similar, was, and it's still happening because I look up their Louisville ISD's numbers every year, much smaller district than this one, has a cross-section of students from, as we do, and a couple dozen national merit. Mm-hmm. We have very smart students, and we are not, and we haven't been, as I said, I started at Estero High School back in 2006 and was preaching it then, but got no traction. I thought, oh, maybe when I get on the school board, I can preach it, that we are not doing for our advanced students what we should be. And, the National Merit Scholarship, not only for the it's top 1/2 of 1%. It varies every year, the cutoff score, as you well know. It also has special qualifications for Hispanic students, for African American students. I'm wondering how many of those students we have had in this school district, in this huge school district, that have ever achieved that. And so what I'm saying is, personally, I don't know how the rest of you all feel, I would like to see us do a much better job. When I was at Estero and had juniors in advanced placement classes, they didn't even know that the value of the PSAT is the National Merit Qualifying Test. They had no idea. I had students that probably, if they'd been given some information and had the opportunity to have even weekend review classes or after school classes, they might have made it to that top level, or at least been recognized students. So I don't know, seriously, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but 3 years I've been preaching this. I've talked to Dr. Spiro about our best and brightest students, and we are not doing for them. And we you know, I know we look at ACE and we look at those courses, but our students that are making 4s and 5s, or, you know, depending on what they're doing, the top scores on our advanced courses, they should be getting some of this recognition. If you look at some other districts around here, you will see much smaller districts having better. So I would like to see us put out way better information for the 11th graders. I would like to see that as standardized from our school district, not if 1 or 2 principals decides to do that. It seems like when we do have national merit, we often have more from Fort Myers High School. And I'd like to see it pushed out at all the schools. And I want to see our smart kids get the recognition and get the opportunities to enter top-tier universities the way they should be. And so I'm hoping that that's done. I'm one person. I know I don't have any pull on this, but I thought I'm going to put it out there one more time for the 3rd year. Thank you.
If I may respond to that, that's certainly something, you know, national merit distinctions are one of the few things that can travel across state lines anywhere in the country and be immediately recognized as a national distinction. So it is something that over the course of the last 5 or 6 months we've been working on in academic services, and we hope to have something that's very defined to be able to share on that. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kay, and thank you, Ms. Vaughn. That makes a lot of sense, what you just said. Ms. Gittens?
Yes, I was going back to the very beginning. Hello, how are you today? Thank you for being here.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you 1 second.
You're going to tell me to keep it short.
No, I'm not going to tell you to keep it short. I'm just saying this is 15 minutes, and if we can just do our, try to keep everything in 3 minutes and ask questions. Thank you, Ms. Gittens. And that's for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. As I was saying, thank you for being here. On one of your first slides, you have school board approval, post for school employees, and then the DOE. I don't know if that's the order, but my suggestion or question is, when it's prepared, if there is a time that it's out there for employees and parents and community to give some feedback, is it posted out there, and is there a mechanism for them to say, well, I think this may be something we could do as far as scheduling and whatever. Is there that opportunity, or is that just with our other calendar, not the testing?
Well, the opportunity for stakeholder and public input would begin with workshops such as this, and then going forward before it's moved on to the state. But certainly what we can work on going back today is we can define a very clear process that would allow for that, and so it can be seen by board members and be shared clearly as to here is the process for that.
Well, and not to cut you off, the thing I'm saying is, and I appreciate that, but I think including all of those stakeholders and the employees, the parents and community prior to the board, I mean, we're eventually, yes, going to vote on it. But if we have in the past kind of put the cart before the horse, and we hear all about it and we vote on it, and then they go, wait a minute, why is this here? And it's too late. So I'm just saying, some apparatus, if it's out on the website, then some way that they can give a comment or a suggestion if they want to, prior to us doing what we do and voting it through and sending it to Tallahassee. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Patrica?
Hi, just a super quick question. It feels to me, and feeling is never a good way to make a decision, it feels to me like our percentage of instructional time taken up by testing is increasing. Is there a way that you can show me a comparison from what we're proposing for this year to last year and the year before? Because all I have is what's in front of me. And a lot of these minutes are district assessment minutes, and I get that that's important. But I'd just like to see if we are creeping up, as I suspect we are, or if we're in line with where we've been in the past. If I may, through the chair, Dr. Savage, can I get that information? I mean, even if you can just show me where on a board agenda this was before, I'm happy to pull up the documents, do the comparison myself. I just don't know where to look.
We can provide for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Ms. Giovanelli, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Gittens.
My concern is a little bit different from hers, because the instructional time what has a great impact on our student achievement, right? And so why are we not increasing that as directed by DOE a few years ago? I don't know why the prior administration didn't. I was told it was going to be put in place for 21 to 22 school year, and as promised and suggested, but that didn't happen. So how does that less time in the classroom, instructional time, impact our testing and the results? I think that is my concern. Is that what's that impact? We're not having that time that's needed in the classroom.
May I clarify, is the question about the increase in assessment leading to a concordant decrease in instructional time? Is that the question?
Just the additional instructional time that was going to be implemented, not this past year, the year before, and that I actually right at the beginning of COVID, and then that they decided to pull back and not do that, add the additional time and change the scheduling. To 8-hour days, you know what I mean? 8 classroom, schedules.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, can that impact the testing as well? You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, so certainly, to your question, the percentage that we report is based on a defined amount of instructional time the state provides us. So any additional instructional time allocated beyond that would be good, and that it would ideally give more instructional time.
Right.
But as far as our calculations go, we're kind of narrowed into that one specific. It says at the very top of the 900 hours.
Right. I heard
so
that.
we have to work within that context.
Okay.
Then Dr. Savage, I think, had
Thank you.
respond to that too, Ms. Giovanelli.
Absolutely. Just want to kind of also add to that piece, the time that we can spend is so important for our different core instructional blocks. One of the things that we had identified was trying to find ways to increase the school day, but do so while being respectful of the fact that children also have lives outside of it. We've also looked at things like the time of the school day, knowing that our high school kids have to get up so early, but balancing the sports and after school work and all those elements. So we are looking forward to bringing forward some additional information for the second semester, where we're looking to try to enhance and add to our school day. Though there are some proposals that we will have that we're working on to try to enhance the amount of time, contact time that our teachers get with our students. But those are all things that we'll have a lot more information as we continue to work through that. Esser in particular is responsive to the fact that a lot of our students have had a lot of learning loss. That's pretty well documented. And so one way to try to help offset some of that learning loss is to make sure we have additional focus time, whether through intervention, additional time for intervention, or longer core blocks that allow you to push some of that intervention through those pieces. So definitely this will not be the last conversation we have around additional time, because our students certainly could use that as well. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli, was that?
Yeah, that's it. I just
Okay,
want
thank
to
you.
acknowledge that we need that time.
Ms. Gittens, you said you had another question?
Mine was kind of on what Ms. Patrica talked about, the time increasing. I know at one point a few years ago, we were discussing the amount of state testing versus district testing, and which was going up the fastest. But we do have some control over the district testing. So I would like to see that as well. How has that gone over the last few years in comparison? Are they asking more than what we're asking, and that type of thing, because we do have some control over it. Thank you.
Was that anyone else? Okay, Dr. Kay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
While he's coming up, can I ask a question?
Yes, Dr. Savage, I'm sorry, Ms. Patrica?
So, Dr. Savage, From whom may I gather some information about this good cause item for CPR? Like, is there a member of staff that I can talk to offline to figure out?
Yes, I was prepared during our go to the order. I have my talking points kind of had it about this item.
Okay, good.
I'll try to address what I can, but certainly more offline too as well if there's more beyond what we have here.
All right, I have a 4 o'clock hard stop, so I will watch whatever portion of the meeting I miss, and if I have additional questions, I'll reach out to your office.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay,
Madam
Dr.
Chair, are we going to discuss this now, or?
Not yet, when we get through this right here. Thank you, Ms. Gittens. We're up to the land site planning, which is, I believe it's Ms. Ebal. Ms. Jordan. Oh, Ms. Morgan?
Yes, and as long as we're waiting for people to come up, I was criticized rightly for the way I spoke to Dr. Savage, so I want to apologize to Dr. Savage. I am allowed to ask questions. I like answers to the questions. I appreciate answers to the questions. I get frustrated when I feel like something is either non-responsive, and that's on me, and so I do apologize, Dr. Savage. I will try to be more respectful at the dais when I address you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Ms. Ebal, do you need, are you good?
I'm just putting it up.
Thank you. So our next item on the agenda is land site planning, Lehigh. And if, I know we all know you all, but if you would just introduce yourself for those who do not, I would appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Kathy Ebaugh, Director of Planning. With me is Dan Oberski, our consultant for real estate. We are today doing the first of a series of presentations that will talk about growth, student enrollment, student population, and where we believe we should be looking for future school sites. Lee County is a changing place, and in the past, when we used to be able to buy land in large pieces, it was good for us. We could build a prototype school in as much acreage as we possibly needed. Lee County is not that place anymore. Land is harder to come by in large pieces. And as we start to identify where we have student growth, where we have population growth, and where we don't have schools in each of our 3 zones, we wanted to start in a discussion with the board about where we should be looking for property and where we should be focusing in on where we should be locating future schools. We're doing this in mindful of our proximity plan. Even though our proximity plan is focused on the elementary level right now, we're looking at it, at least the tenets of the proximity plan, at the middle school and the high school levels as well. So we're looking to try and identify where schools are today and where they need to be tomorrow in a more community-focused way. Obviously, at an elementary level, the community level is a smaller, and as we grow to a high school, because of the size of the schools, those proximity levels and those community levels get bigger. But what we don't want, and what we've had a discussion about at our proximity meeting a few weeks ago, is to locate schools on top of each other. We want schools to be more dispersed throughout the community so that they can really meet the needs of local communities wherever they may be. The other thing that we like to remind people is once a school site or a potential school site isn't a school, meaning it's a commercial development, it's a residential development, it's an industrial development or some other use, it's not going to become a school. So we need to think about these things not just in the 5-year planning period, not just in the 10-year planning period, but in the 20 and 30-year planning periods. We really need to think about where we want our schools to be today and where we want them to be tomorrow. and where we want them to be in the future. So with that, Dan and I would like to discuss today the east zone, and in the future we will then move to the west zone and the south zones. So specifically today, we're going to talk about the current locations of our schools. We're going to identify where the pockets where we have schools today are and where the pockets are that we need to have schools. And we're going to do this at the elementary, the middle, and the high school levels. We're going to talk about our student populations, both our current and our projected. We're going to talk about some property constraints, especially in the east zone and also in the west zone, where we have Lehigh Acres and Cape Coral, and we have platted lot communities. We have different types of property constraints than we would have in, say, an Estero area or a Bayshore area where you have new development and larger PUD type developments, that is PUD, plan unit development type areas. And then, again, we want to have a discussion with you about our future strategy and where we should start identifying school sites for the future in the East Zone. So I'm going to turn to Dan, and he's going to start our discussion about current school locations.
So the maps that you'll be seeing are going to go through elementary, middle school, and then high school. They're intended to be color-coded green for current locations. We don't have future locations on here as in other planned sites. These are specific to gaps that currently exist by schools and by demographic reviews, as well as by the planning mechanisms. It's pretty simple to see the yellow areas as areas without schools. And so when reviewing these, identifying targeted trade areas that provide the access to the community, each of those rings you can see are 2-mile radius. The yellow are intensive development areas as we speak. So right now, substantial development that's occurring in those areas, and therefore substantial concern for having sufficient placement or opportunity for students to be positioned. The red are potential future gaps. They are not currently as intensive growth trade areas, and yet at the same time, they are potential future growth areas based on what we anticipate additional strategic plans based off of our conversation with developers, home development, and growth patterns. We're not specifically stating that we should be pursuing red circles or areas. We're not saying that we shouldn't. So looking at each of these as areas, many of you are aware of some of the activities that are occurring in even some of these identified yellow areas may be gapped and may be things that we've already pursued. This is the middle school gapping. Once again, green current middle schools in the East Zone, yellow gapped middle schools, and red potential future other gaps to occur. And this is high school constraint. These are larger, so you see a 3.5-mile radius to provide a little bit greater access. Obviously, the density of kids is different at each of these grade levels. You're going to see how we look at some of the heat map current densities versus future growth projections in the slides to come as indicators as kind of how we also looked at these. As stated earlier, some of the yellow gaps are things that we've already began pursuing and identified. I really like heat maps, so I hope you enjoy this almost as much as I do. This talks about the densities. So if you think of fire, cooler areas, purple, red, then moving to orange and white, those are intense densities of students for the elementary age student. Obviously, real estate doesn't move as fast as fast food. And so this is a little bit predictive of where we're going to have demand for middle school and high school as well. But it is not something that we can immediately be responsive to just because there's densities there. Next one. This is the middle school densities. Not surprisingly, much of the densities are similar. You do see some transition from young families to more mature families and where they may be considering locating. We're seeing a very unique shift north county with Babcock Ranch, and then a tremendous amount of additional growth along the Bayshore corridor and Palm Beach corridor, which is partially due to affordability of housing and quality of housing opportunities.
Additionally, you're seeing an extension of growth in the Lehigh community from the west to the east. People used to tell me when I worked for the county that I lived out in rural Lehigh, and what we're seeing in these maps is that rural Lehigh doesn't exist anymore, and that more and more each of those platted lots, those quarter-acre, half-acre lots, which make up Lehigh as a whole, we're going to talk about that more in a little bit, but the development of the entire community is becoming more and more great throughout the community, not just the western portion, which was traditional, but now also in the eastern portions.
This is the densities of heat maps for high school students. Again, very similar areas, but you see even a little bit more push to the north in that highlighted area. That most northern white area, to give you some indicator, is essentially or approximately State Road 31 and Palm Beach corridor.
And then this is where we expect population to go in the future. So what we just showed you is where population is today. This is a projection. We worked on this with Davis Demographics to understand where are we seeing movement right now today. And again, this goes to what we just talked about, that the growth in the development is moving from the west to the east and from the central parts of Lehigh to the north. What this doesn't show is the push of development in the eastern zone to the southern portion of this community. But when we show you where future development is projected and where it is happening right now, this map will look quite different in 5 years, and it will have a significant component in the southern parts of the eastern zone. This is showing, and you have seen this map before as part of our proximity project, but we thought that it was appropriate to bring it back. Again, when you look at the county as a whole, while the county as a whole is growing, and all parts of the county are growing, certain parts of it are growing for different population segments. As we talked about in the proximity project discussion, the Cape Coral community, while it's growing significantly, it's really growing in a senior pattern. We're seeing that represented here by the population growth for children 18 and under is most heavily in the east zone and in some components of the south zone. When we get to the current development map, you're going to see that even projected further as you start to see where our senior populated 50 and 5 and older communities happening and where our family oriented communities happening.
This map shows planned developments and tracts of land greater than 10 acres. So the highlighted colors talk about different types of either master plan development, protected areas, or areas that cannot be developed. A couple of the large outlined dark blue corridors are those areas that are under contract, under proposed future development, or in for zoning changes as we speak. I don't remember my exact estimate on total acres, but it's nearly 10,000 additional acres that will be developed with an approximate time frame of the next 10 years.
Ms. Morgan?
So do we meet with the county to talk about the impact of these developments on us and our need to build schools? When you go up north, developers are required to set aside property for firehouses, schools, and recreational facilities. So the county development office, I believe, really needs to see what the impact is of some of these developments on us and the requirements that it places on us. Now, I don't know if the Horizon Council has expressed any interest in doing this or if the Economic Development Office has, but do you think there's any value in bringing some of this information to them?
Part of the reason we have this data is because every residential development that comes through any one of our municipal governments, so the county, City of Cape Coral, City of Fort Myers, Estero, and the beaches, and Bonita Springs, comes through our office as well. We have an opportunity to chime in on whether or not we have the capacity for that development that's being proposed. So we do track that information, and we do work with the county. But the land use law, land use standards, land use requirements are different in Florida than they are anywhere else in the state, in the country. And other states have a higher ability to, the word is extractions, or set-asides than Florida does. And so Florida just doesn't have, Florida does not have the same ability to get the land from development as it's happening the way other states do. It's a state-by-state consideration, and Florida is much more constrained.
Okay, I want to talk about this more, but I'll hold it until you're done.
One more comment to that. Part of our role and responsibility that we try to have is regular conversations with the Lennars, the D.R. Hortons, the Neals, to know exactly where they're planning, what they're planning, and actually seeking to participate in some of their large-scale acquisition so that we're paying similar prices to what they're paying as well. So we do track that. Some of our conversation even today will come from elements of, all right, somebody just bought 400 acres. They plan on doing a 55-plus community. That's a lot less concern to me than others, right? And so we are actively having those conversations on a weekly, monthly basis with all of the major developers.
Thank you.
Question.
On this same slide, first of all, I love the colors, but I don't know what they mean.
So
Is there, and let me just finish the question. So if I can get maybe a key as to what the other colors mean. And in the middle of it, just below Gateway, there's another blue area that you say these are developments. Is that including, is it Timberlake on Daniels or not?
The Timberlake is yellow and orange north of that blue space, but that is under contract for approval for another Lennar community.
So there's a Lennar community, a huge one on the, what would be the southern side of Daniel?
Yes.
Just before 82?
Yes.
And what is the potential time for that to happen, year-wise?
Well, before COVID, I would have told you 3 to 5 years. Today, I would tell you that as soon as they get their water management agreements in place, it's likely that they begin to break ground and develop.
And water management on this would be the county?
It would be larger than that. That probably would be the Army Corps and South Florida.
Army Corps. Is that wetlands?
A lot of it is. There'll be a lot of set-asides
I
for
know,
that.
we've seen cows swim out there. The one to the right of that 82, the one that says 496 acres, is that where it's hard to tell on this, is that the Alico Road extension?
Yes.
And that is scheduled for homes? The blue is for homes, or is that
That's a property that is likely to be acquired sometime in the next 12 to 24 months for additional development.
But development meaning, I had heard that it was
Homes.
going to be industrial and retail and that type of thing at Alico Road area. I mean, coming out onto 82, is that where that is?
The largest portion of that will likely be for homes. There'll be a commercial component to it, but that's approximately 40 to 80 acres of the land there.
And with 496 acres, how many homes are we talking about?
500 to 1,000 likely.
So that's why, okay. And the green just to the right of that is?
Just to the right is additional large tracts of land that are currently zoned ag. So the idea with all the colors, color-coded out or not, they are likely to have housing or commercial and not be accessible to us is the greatest intent with these, not to define out like this is industrial, this is residential, this is multifamily, but that it is essentially occupied space if not rezoned or acquired now.
And the last question, where is the property right in that same section that we were working on acquiring?
Just to the east, southeast.
So to the right or the left of the blue, the 496?
To the right.
To the right of the, in that green? So it's, okay. All right, I'll ask you more later. Thank you.
Yeah, again, I want to reiterate, when we put the colors up here, we weren't trying to be specific about development. We were just trying to give you a sense that there's a lot of development, and it's in different phases. So some of this is all the way to the point where they're going for the development order, and some of it is going for a rezoning, and some of it is for a comprehensive plan. And the further from comprehensive plan down to development order, the further you hire, the higher you up are in the process, the less likely you know exactly how many units you're going to be getting. So a comp plan amendment would have a broad range of units that's allowed. Your zoning has a more defined set of units, and then your development order really tells you exactly how many units will be allowed. As a comp planner, as a previous comp planner, we would always assume, because we had to, that if whatever the top of the range was, so if a specific future land use would allow up to 25 units per acre, we had to assume in our calculation that it would have 25 units per acre. Then you get down to zoning, and maybe zoning then is going to say it's going to have 15 units an acre. Okay, so now we brought that down 10 units an acre, and then when you finally get to the development order and it says it's going to be 10 units an acre, okay, then that's 10 units, but it's always within whatever the range is that's established by the hierarchy, and you go, the further you're into the process, the more you know what's going to happen. What we've also been seeing quite a bit of lately is amendments to the original application, so you can come in for, you have a certain comprehensive plan amendment, and they come in and they want to go higher or they want to go lower, depending on where they are in the phasing. And that's why we didn't give you specific numbers, because we know that this is an ever-changing map, depending on where you are, where that development is in the process. Yes, Ms. Gittens.
On the previous slide, on slide 12, if you can go back, and you're looking at E2, and
Yes.
I'm gathering that that dark line is 82, correct?
Yes.
I don't know, it just doesn't, and then you go to the next slide and see that large development on the other side of Daniels. It doesn't seem as though it's taking that into consideration.
It's the big blob right in E2 that's saying that is
So
where,
it is covering it, it's just the way this slide is looking.
yeah.
Yeah, this slide is only this is showing you, this is not showing it by development area, this is showing it by our zoning components. And
Yeah.
what we're saying is, the bigger the dot, the larger number of students we're expecting in that area.
The dot in each area is not where it's occurring, it's that zone.
It's
has
that zone, oh, I see, so in that zone,
Yes,
there's a
I'm
lot.
sorry, yeah.
Got it, thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank you for the question. It gave us a chance to clarify. So now we'd like to get into some property constraints. I'll let you take this one.
So this further explains out what is or is not accessible. All of the non-highlighted areas are either platted lots or developed sites. So this is vacant land, and it has a lot of different indicators that we have to filter through once we get to that. So I would love to generally place a school right in the middle of my densest elementary age students. What this will show in Lehigh is I would have to have somewhere around 120 to 350 sellers want to sell me quarter-acre lots to get to a development. And so some of the challenges associated to where can we find land, how do we identify land, and what do we do to try and get into the proximity for ease of transportation, for community, for all the above that you guys guide us with. Next one.
Before you leave that one, is there any kind of restriction on, if I had bought, 10 lots 10 years ago, is there a restriction on me selling you 5 of them to put something together?
No, so that actually goes to this discussion about platted lots. So Lehigh Acres has, when it was platted back in the 80s, well, it started earlier in the 80s, but it ended in the 80s, total of over 123,000 platted lots, half-acre, quarter-acre lots. Most of them are quarter-acre lots. You have some half-acre lots in the northeast corner of the community. The rest of the community is quarter acres. Total 60,000 acres. Of those, 85,000 of them, roughly, are unbuilt. So, and most of them, to your point, Ms. Gittens, are in multiple ownership. So if you've got quarter-acre lots, you need 4 of those lots to get 1 acre. If you're in a half-acre lot area, you need 2 lots to get to an acre. Many of these property owners are different. Some of these property owners live in the country, some of them don't. Some of them don't even know that they have this land.
True.
Probably many of them don't know that they own these lands. So in order for us as a school entity, because when Lehigh, and the same, we are going to hear this discussion again for Cape Coral, so I'm going to ask you to put it in your memory banks. When Lehigh and Cape Coral were platted, they were not platted to do anything but sell pieces of land for residential purpose. They were not platted for schools. They were not platted for streets. They were not platted for any of your basic services, police, fire, parks. They were platted for half-acre and quarter-acre, $10 down, $10 a month pieces of land. Frank Mann once told me a great story about how he actually was once an owner of such piece of land and how it was sold to him. It's interesting to hear the history of these communities. So if I own, to your example, Ms. Gittens, if I own 10 acres, or if I own 10 of these lots, say I own 10 half-acre ones, which means I have a total of 5 acres of land, I can build all of those. I could build half of them. I could hold on to half of them. But what's really important to understand about the platted lots versus all the other developments that we were showing, and we were talking about going through zoning and comp plan and the different phases, there's no phasing here. These are entitled lots. These are entitled development by state statute, by the Florida state statute in the 1980s. They granted permanent entitlement to development of these properties. So unlike the other communities, which Dan and I showed you, whatever phase they're in of development, we know if we have a phasing plan. We know if it's going from comp plan, we know we can expect it to go to rezoning. We can expect it to go to the development process. We know when that will happen, and when it does go into the development order process, there's usually a phasing plan. So we know 100 acres or 100 units will come in phase 1, 200 is going to come in phase 2. We have a time frame. You can ask us based on sales and marketing. We have some range. In Lehigh and in Cape Coral, they don't have to do any of that. They go right to get their permit. They go right to build a building permit, and the next thing we know, they have a house. There's no tracking of when these developments are happening. There's no tracking of the phasing of when these are happening. There's no tracking of where. We have to do the maps like we showed you earlier, where we're watching trends, so we can see the trend is going west right now, or going east right now. We see trends of where certain pockets of development might be happening, but we have no phasing plan to tell us that that is happening at what time it's happening. So there's 2 reasons this is really challenging for us. One, in order for us to assemble land of any significant size, we have to purchase a lot of land from a lot of different owners. 2, in order for us to know when to build a school and to have a sense of when a school needs to be built, we have to be tracking not the planning process like we do with the other developments. We have to track the building and construction process, because that's how we know when a house is being built. It's not coming through a traditional phasing plan. Just to give you an example, we said to assemble a 30-acre site, which is around what we need for an elementary school. We could do a middle school. I mean, the other thing we're going to have to realize is that what we traditionally have said, in order for us to build an elementary school, we need X number of acres. In order for us to build a middle school, we're going to need X acres. A high school, X acres. If we're going to build schools in the future, we're going to have to think differently, because we don't have the large pieces of land that we have had in the past. Not only in Lehigh, where we really need schools, but also throughout the rest of the county, because the rest of the county is being developed. And so we're going to have to think differently and consider the development envelope, as we call it in planning, a little bit differently. We may have to build higher than out.
We're just going to have to, the way we build our schools is going to change, because just for us to get a 30-acre site would require 120 different properties. If we went to 60 acres, it means 260 different properties in Lehigh. And what we showed you earlier is where we really need our pockets of schools, where we need those properties, is Lehigh. So we're going to have to think a little bit differently. It's a big property constraint that we're asking you to think about as we move forward in our planning efforts. Another property constraint we have, especially in Lehigh, is because, as I just mentioned, transportation network was not thought of when they built Lehigh. So we don't have the traditional arterial system that we have in other parts of our county. We don't have boulevards and minor arterial, major arterial, local network. We don't have that kind of network of roads in Lehigh. That's why we want schools in the center of Lehigh, because our transportation network is so difficult to get around in Lehigh. You only have a couple of major roads to get around, and they don't have, the county doesn't have, the state doesn't have the right-of-way to expand those roads to be what we would like them to be. Do you have anything to expand on that? The final one is the entitlements, which I already talked about, but I'll let Dan talk. I talked about the entitlements regarding the Lehigh Acres community. I'll let Dan talk about the entitlements around Lehigh.
This is just a function that many of you are aware of. We can't build everywhere, right? There's areas that we have constraints that have to do with wetlands, airports, protected areas, and other development areas that are already planned or developed. And so this just shows, you know, we're working within a bunch of colors that mean a bunch of different things, and we're trying to filter that down to making sure that it applies for you when you build a school.
So now we just quickly like to go through, by bringing back the maps that we had from the beginning, talk about where you all would like to direct us to start identifying where future lands should be. This is the elementary. Again, the green is where we have schools today. The yellow is where we are projecting based on those maps that we showed you, the heat maps, where we have pockets where we think development needs to be served in the 10-year horizon. And then the red, and I like the way Dan said, it's not that we don't need schools there, it's that we don't need schools there immediately, but that doesn't mean if an opportunity for us to buy the land and bank the land comes open, we shouldn't consider it. Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so I'm curious, have you done an overlay of the elementary, middle, and high? Because one of the things you're talking about is we need to rethink about how we're going to structure schools. And, you know, are we going to build K-8s, or are we going to build K-3s or pre-K-3s? Or so, you know, if you change your configuration of your schools, that changes your property requirements. But I am also curious about whether, you know, overlaying the elementary, middle, and high school tells you anything about where we need to be most aggressive with respect to property acquisition. So those are my two questions.
Do that assessment, but it is something we certainly can do to bring back.
Ms. Gittens?
That was, you've been reading my notes, okay? Because that was exactly what I was going to say, if, how that overlay would look. Especially with the heat map, perhaps with the heat map doing it different colors or something, probably end up with black with the overlays, but something to show, go ahead.
We also do assessments on all your current locations to see of whether or not we can come up with better transportation pieces, or can we acquire additional land proximate so we don't have to go buy everything, so that there's some campus potential. We're trying to identify, and some of the dots on here, like one of those red dots is really close to our Tuckahoe site. So we have a piece of dirt in one of those areas. And in some of these cases we first look at what we own and how little can we acquire to meet our need. So we're looking at a variety of things on strategic site planning around, can we just box around something? Some of that, when you have different schools, you have different needs, which are a little weird. So my sports requirements for a high school, we're having conversations around that. My parking requirements for a high school are different. So we're absolutely considering elements of those.
Two quick questions. On the red ones, the red squares, there's nothing there now, but that second one down further south, where in there is the, I don't even know the name of it, with the golf course?
Joel Boulevard?
Lakes.
It's off of Bell?
Mirror Lakes.
No. This is off of Joel.
Oh, yeah, off of the Joel Boulevard, yes. The Admiral Lehigh.
Oh, the resort?
Yes.
Original.
Resort.
It used to be, I worked there.
Lehigh Resort.
Can't
my
see you up
dot,
there.
sorry.
Yeah, so has that been considered, or what are the restrictions in that? That's one question. Second one is on this elementary, and elementary is 2 miles radius, but the other middle and high are 3.5. So when we're talking about overlaying the elementary and middle and all of that for K through 8, I guess that would come into play. But as you're looking on slide 20 at the yellow, is the triangle where you were looking at the location of a school being placed?
No.
Not necessarily. It's the center part of a whole. So it's
But
not.
it could be anywhere within that circumference.
Could be, so let's look at the northern one that's up by the area that Dan was
Mariah
mentioning
Shores.
earlier, where we see the heat map is getting hotter. When you saw the heat map earlier,
Right,
that's at 31 and 80. So we know that area is starting to really pop with people and students, and when we put our circle there, we see there's a hole there and it corresponds to the heat map, so it's an area that we would want to find somewhere in there. It may not be exactly, actually that little place is sitting right on top of the river, so it's really not likely that space will be a school, but somewhere in there is somewhere we would want to look for a school.
The last thing as you're going, I'm looking at the slide 20, the 2 yellow circles off of 82. Especially the southern one near Alabama. If we're looking at developing that, to me, that screams of future growth as opposed to current need. And the current need is over on the other side, but we're looking at those developments coming in off of Alico Road in the future. If we continue to just look at future, we will never catch up. And the thing to me right now is that we just need to catch up, and then as the rest is being, growth continues, then we're not always behind the 8 ball, because all of the stars that you see there, those schools are already well overcrowded. So it's our first priority to get those green stars uncrowded, or is it to build for something that's coming in the next 3 years? That's the issue.
So because of the way we do zoning and we do student allocation, if you put schools in the right locations and you put them not in the immediate spot where the students are today, but where they are coming, then we're going to be able to accomplish both. Because our schools aren't one school, one zone, we will be able to, through our proximity plan, redistribute where our students are coming from and where they're going to school. And if we allocate and we pick the right location, we will ideally be able to address current demands while providing for the future growth needs.
So you're going to move some of the students from the green stars right now into the yellow circle to even it out?
Exactly.
But yes, Ann, Kathy has been really intentional to try and look at these maps and say, hey, around these densest parts, are there sufficient schools, and how do we add land to land that we have, like around the Joel area, is one of the areas that we have pressure for a high school. And so that is what we have done both on the future growth stuff, as well as sought additional land in that eastern zone where you have current population as well.
Ms. Morgan?
You were part of this discussion. Do you have anything to contribute?
No, I think you're doing a pretty good job. I'm a big fan of a picture's worth 1,000 words, so I think looking at the pictures that way is a pretty good way to overlay the heat map. I do like the suggestion, though, of the overlays, because while we don't necessarily do a K-8 there, you sometimes do a dual school site, so you have enough acreage when you're able to be fortunate to purchase enough of it that you theoretically have a place where you might have 2 schools, as we've done through booms in other parts as well. So thank you for bringing that suggestion. I think that'd be a great additional visual.
I think
This
Morgan
is
had a
the
question
map
too,
that,
Ms. Ebal.
what was that?
I think Ms. Morgan had a question.
But don't, go ahead and finish.
So this is, I just wanted, Dan moved the slide to the one that we were just talking about where Joel Boulevard is generally speaking that the kind of central yellow circle. It's not exactly there, but it's close. We own 25 acres in that area right now by Ardmoley High. There could be potential for us to add another 25 to 35 acres in that we might be contiguous to our current property. It's something that we're really thoughtfully thinking about because we just talked about how hard it is to acquire land in Lehigh. If we can find a piece of property that we already own a significant size of and then expand upon that makes it a lot easier for us to get to the land that's of a decent enough size that we can then look at building. Again, it may be looking at it differently. We still may not get to, a high school site. We may not get to 100 acres like we'd like to get to, but we can get to something that's big enough with a building footprint that is higher and more compact. We can still get to a school that we can make work. It's really going to change us, and it's going to force us to think differently. And it may be uncomfortable at times for all of us. I know Dan pushes us a lot, and I sometimes like, oh, Dan, we can't think that way, and he's like, Kath, we have to.
Great, thank you. Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so in that vein, I think some of the things that we need to consider as a district are what's the maximum number of students in a school that can be reasonably managed, administrated, et cetera. And then I will bring forward an idea that Steve Toiber brought forward when we were talking years ago about development, and that is taking some of the extracurricular things like fields and making them common. And so, we're looking for enough space for an athletic field that will serve 3 schools, or an elementary, or excuse me, a middle and a high school, as opposed to having those fields attached to the specific school. So those are the kinds of things that I think, in light of what you're telling us, we need to be thinking about today. So thank you.
Anyone? Ms. Giovanelli?
Yeah, and thank you. And you're right, maybe rethinking some things. And you made me think about, possibly some, the K through 8, or I know some districts have the elementary schools that go to 6th grade, and we have a smaller middle school, just 7th through 8th. We might have to do an addition on an elementary school, and then have a smaller K through 8 and enlarge our elementary. And I don't know how the logistics of that, but that's just rethinking possibilities because of our land. We don't have it. God's not given us any more land, so we have to work with what we have. And so we have an elementary school, that may have the additional land to be able to add the additional 6th grade onto that, and then using a smaller, for just 7th through 8th. I don't know. I know other schools do that as well. So
It's definitely something we've thought about. I will say one of the biggest challenges as we think about these challenges is the way our student enrollment goes, because if we add a 6th grade to an elementary school, which may make sense to do, but then that means that while all the other schools are transitioning at 6th grade, you have one school that's transitioning at 7th grade. So I'm not trying to discourage, I'm just trying to say that every answer we're going to create is going to have other challenges that we haven't yet thought about.
It's just, but I don't know what you do if you're landlocked. Sometimes that's what happens, right? So,
Right.
I mean, I love the fact that you've got 25 acres. I would totally support getting an additional 25, so near that Admiral Country Club.
The other one, I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn?
Ms. Vaughn?
No, we just hadn't gone to the middle school level. so-
I'm sorry. I was going to actually echo a couple things that Ms. Morgan said. I hate to keep saying in Texas, but football is huge in Texas like it is in Florida. And our big high schools, you don't need a football stadium at every high school. Your practice fields, and I think the common fields, it's something I saw used in the Dallas area all the time. You just work out your football schedules so that you're alternating the schools. The other thing is a couple people have mentioned the super schools, the huge schools. Not a fan. Because I think it really does complicate management, and we need to build relationships. And if we're trying to build relationships with our students, if we have a school of 3,000 students, a high school, it makes it that much more difficult. For the elementary schools, it's obvious that there's some really dense areas of young children, families with young children is what I meant to say. And, I don't know that we have any of the primary school. I mean, it could be the same name, but two different administrations. If it's in an area and we have the extra space, build a primary school and then an intermediate school, and have everything separate, except you can put your common, some of the common things there. And you'd be busing a lot, or hopefully not busing, but walking, a lot of children walking to that. Ms. Giovanelli talked about maybe adding sixth grade in some areas. We really, as we look at this land use, we really need to take a look at the different iterations that we can have with our schools. And again, like a few of my fellow board members, I am not a fan of the huge schools that are unwieldy to manage, but I think we can work around if we're flexible with the grade levels that we're putting in each school.
Okay. Ms. Fisher, did you have your hand up? And then I'll come
Yeah,
back.
I was just wondering, with all of this conversation and looking at the use of land and noting how many wetlands and how much water we have around here, I was thinking that I know we have some areas where we have schools that we share with the community. So multi-use or flex use with our school facilities, like sharing sports fields is one thing, but auditoriums, and I know in Sarasota they share. And I was wondering then if there's any consideration for some of the multi-level office buildings that really are not being maximized for use now, because people can work from anywhere with their computer, and even real estate has gone virtual. So I didn't know if there was any consideration for that, to look at some of those buildings. And I know we have SREF and everything, but I didn't know if that was ever part of the conversation.
Always.
Pardon me?
Always.
Oh,
We
okay.
look at all forms, any type, any building that's of any size. We look at land with excess, or buildings with excess land that we could add to. But we also do not have eyes everywhere. And so if you ever have an idea or see a building you want to let us know and let us dive into it, we will dive into anything. Unfortunately, we have had so much success in our growth that our occupancy of all types has really gone up. And so where we were really gapping in office, that is a category that's been surprisingly recaptured over the last 8 months. But we look at any type of real estate to try and find the least expensive way to accommodate schools.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. And I think that Ms. Gittens has been speaking about that for quite some time too, about vacant stores and whatnot. So,
Thank you for that, yes. I still got my eye on the strip mall in Milwaukee and Homestead, okay?
I was ticking, Ms. Gittens.
All right, quick question. I would like to see an overlay besides the grade levels. If you could take slide 4, 5, and 6 that has the heat map, and 8, 9, and 10 that have the circles, and show us that overlay, because then you'd have the heat map with where your potential circles are, where the schools are. And then finally, actually and I know you get a lot of this from Davis Demographics, but maybe some of the numbers that go into putting those slides together.
Do you want the number of students that are currently enrolled? What numbers do you want to see?
If you take the heat map and overlay it with, like the slide you have up there with the circles, and maybe the number of students at those schools, the stars and et cetera, that have the green stars, just to give some idea of actually the actual number data.
You want current and projected, I would assume, because most of what we're talking about is projected.
Projected how far out?
Our numbers are 10 years. That's what we have right now, is our 10-year projections.
Then I'd like to see current, like 1 to 2 years out.
And just in the review and the creation of this, unfortunately, our East Zone schools, approximately 90% of the schools are at or above capacity.
Oh, I know they are, but I'm just trying to get, what does that number look like?
Okay.
Okay, I know they're over capacity, but how much?
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Abel, is there more slides or?
No, the only thing I wanted to point out here on the middle school is, so one development that has also not been talked about today that doesn't show yet on our maps, but it's going to show very soon, and that is Babcock Ranch. Babcock Ranch started development on the Charlotte County side, but it is coming down south now to the Lee County side. They have a charter school, they're expanding their charter school, but their charter school is relatively small. And so while we don't yet show a need in that's why I asked about projected, because it's not, because the projected components, if we don't think about where our projected students are coming from, we're going to miss some stuff. And Babcock is one of those that I feel like we could miss, because none of our maps today show Babcock as being an out there issue, but it's going to be an out there issue, and it's going to become a major issue for us sooner rather than later, especially since Babcock used to sit by itself on the northeast section of our county. It doesn't sit that way anymore. Basically, if you're east of I-75, north of the river, not quite all the way to Alva, kind of in the Bayshore area, that area is going to grow very quickly, very significantly, and it is going to be students. Now, if you're west of I-75, the trend is for the 55 and older communities. But if you're east of I-75 and you're north of the river, we're going to get a fairly good, significant demand for schools, and it's going to happen pretty quickly. Dan was telling me he went up to Babcock just last week, and how many homes are they selling a day?
Approximately 1.5 homes a day.
And can I just add to that I've gotten at least 3 calls this week of people that live in the Alva-Ogla area talking about the need for just what's on this slide that you have and the growth in that area. So
Would that be considered the north area, correct? Because they're in North Fort Myers? pretty much, like Bay Shore sits out there all by itself?
No, North Fort Myers is usually considered to the west of I-75, and that area is
Children
mostly.
would travel across the water, or you're going to build something, you're looking at building something over there versus them traveling across?
We were literally every Tuesday morning, we have a real estate development team meeting, and literally just this morning, I mentioned to Dan, we need to find land that's somewhere along the 31 corridor, because if we don't find it now, it's not going to be there for us in the future. It's either going to be sold as a home,
Right.
or it's going to be sold as commercial or something, but it's not going to be available for us. And even though Babcock has a charter school, it's not going to be big enough to compensate for all the students that we're going to get in that quadrant.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome to nudge your county commissioner about the large tract of property that they have and what they might be doing with that down the road.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have one more question, and then
just
move on to the
very-
next. Go ahead, Ms. Vaughn, please.
Very quick. Did Babcock as a planned community actually do what the state and county don't do and set aside land for public school?
For charter school, not for public. Well, for public charter.
Only for charter, though. So there's no chance that for the southern part where they're going to start building that's into Lee County, that they might, we talked about the shared usage and everything, that there might be a negotiation that they would
Much like,
allow a public school?
yeah, much like we would speak to anybody who owns land in that general area, we'll make those phone calls and have those conversations. Generally, it's hard to get somebody to put forward something that is going to currently compete with their school that they've started.
Right, because they could sell houses in that in that spot, but it might also be a selling point. Anyway, so they, only for the charter, they didn't,
We have a lot of land. We will stay in active
well,
conversation.
I know, it's a huge amount, and that's why I'm saying that seems to me like the perfect place if we're going to do shared municipal or shared fields, that kind of thing, that maybe some area in Babcock that they would actually consider, if we said, hey, we'll bring in our elementary school or K-8 or whatever, that it might be attractive to them with the
talk to
shared
Kitson about it.
fields. So just
One,
thought.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. Gittens,
One
really
quick,
quick, 'cause
okay, one
we
quick
are over
question.
time.
Where Babcock is located, they are also designated an opportunity zone. And with opportunity zones, there were certain things and restrictions that they had to do. And I don't know if you've looked at that, because part of it had to do with giving back to the community. So I don't know if you've looked at that angle of it and kind of approached them from that they got money from, the state or whatever as an opportunity zone. And what does that really mean? What does that look like in the details that they should help community?
Okay, well,
Thank you. As I
thank
said,
you
this
so
is the
much.
first of a series. So next time we bring that back, we'll bring back the answers to the next one while we also bring the new information about the West Zone.
Appreciate it. Right now, it is 3:19, and I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break real quick, and we'll come back with capital improvement.
Thank you.
Okay, we are resuming our workshop. The time is 3:29. Our next agenda item is capital improvement plan update.
Yes.
And we have Dr. Desamore and Ms. Ebal again. Thank you, ladies.
Okay. Do you want them?
Yeah, sure.
No, this one.
Oh, you want to flip it? All right, good afternoon, Dr. Savage and members of the board. We are here to kind of give you some additional update now about the capital improvement process, and we've had a lengthy conversation already about the capital plan itself. And now what this does is just kind of pull out a little bit more of the overview of the long-term plan process, and then talk a little bit in detail about some of the much larger projects that are in there, timeline, and just give us the opportunity to just highlight those a little bit more and give the opportunity for any questions that we may have, because it's, it's a lot. It's a lot of planning, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of resource on behalf of the district for what should sustain us for a very long period of time. And that is that partnership, or that, collective work between lots of different, basically all of the different divisions within the district in order to come up with that capital plan. So I turn it over to Ms. Ebal, who can take you into a little bit more detail.
Good afternoon again. So I want to start by understanding what the 5-year plan is and what the years of the 5-year plan mean, because they do mean something. Year 1 means it's a project ready to go. It's funded, we have developed the scope, we know what the scope is, we know what the project is going to be, we know what the funding is going to be, and we're ready to move forward. So when you see a project in year 1, it should be at the point of the planning process where we're ready to start working on it. When you see a project in years 2, 3, and 4, and it's progressively from 2 to 4, the closer it gets to year 1, the more ready it should be. Those are in the planning process years. We are developing the scope, we are working with our partners to understand what the project is, we are working with the school and the school community or the academic services division to understand what their expectations are for this project, where the location should be. We're working on identifying the land associated with that project. We're doing our due diligence on the land to ensure that it's going to meet our needs. We're really doing everything we need to do so that once it does get to year 1, we're ready to proceed with the RFQ process and move it into an actual project. And then a year 5 project is an identified project. It's something that we are thinking about. We still haven't contemplated. We're figuring it out, though. And each year, as we contemplate and we think about it, the projected budget may change, the timeline may change, the project scope may change. We use our capital improvement plan to update you as to those changes are. And sometimes we decide a project doesn't need to be here anymore on the 5-year plan, and that can change too. So we ask you to really focus on year 1 projects as projects that are a go, and everything else is somewhere in the planning process. And the further a year it is out, the further away it is to becoming a reality and something we are further contemplating. So the next part of the presentation is just to go through our large projects. These are our projects that meet growth needs, construction needs, refresh needs, rebuild needs. These were previously discussed by Dr. Desamore and Kelly Letcher at the June meeting, so these should look familiar to you, although they are still in draft form, and we are still getting comments and feedback from our partners as to some changes that may happen. So the first one is the Bonita Springs Elementary project. You note that the funding year is 22. This is one of those things that we are still contemplating with our partners. Are we really going to be able to set this a go this year so that it could be completed this year? And we might be able to start it at the end of 22, but we finish it in 23. So that's still a project that this is one of those projects that we're still working a little bit on. This was necessitated by the maintenance issues that happened with Building 1 and Building 2, and we're considering what exactly we're going to move forward with. We had two different contemplated thoughts. We have settled on, we had one thought, which we shared with you earlier in the year, about potentially doing this as a primary school that would be only to grade 3. We decided, working with academic services, that we would do this as a traditional elementary school, and it dealt with, to our previous discussion on land, what would you do if you ended in your grade 3, where would those 4th and 5th graders go? So we now know what the program is. What we're trying to settle now is how quickly we could have this project move forward.
We have a few that are raising their hands. Do you want questions?
Yes, ask questions as we go.
Okay, and then if we can make sure that, that we leave it to questions, so that way we can get through this. Ms. Patrica and then Ms. Morgan, please.
So there's a historic building issue here, right? What kind of fundraising could we potentially do in order to, like, have we engaged with community groups? Is that something that I, as a board member, should be doing? I know the Estero Historical Society, but I don't know the Bonita. That's my question.
Yes, so yes, that's right. There is in historic building here. To this point, we have not engaged in any fundraising, but I think certainly once we, because as Ms. Ebal just mentioned, we really don't have a scope just as yet pinned down for this particular project. And talked with Mr. Rickenbacker as well about this earlier. So I think once we really determine that, once we know from the district's perspective what would be the best use of each building and how, then we have a standpoint in which to talk about potential fundraising if the board wishes to do so. So I think we have to answer the first question before we can answer the second.
Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, do you know if the city still owns the property across the street? At one time, the plan was to connect the two, was to use the city property to expand the elementary school across the street. Dave Short at one time had all of the plans in his office. So that's one question. And then I was piggybacking Ms. Patrica. I was going to say, in this community, there ought to be naming opportunities for things that we put in that school. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll certainly look into that. I'm not sure that we have the answer to that question right now about who's the owner of whatever across the street, but we'll look into that.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
The next project.
I just wanted to stress again that anticipated completion date we have noted here is it will shift because of the fact that we have not quite defined the scope yet, but we'll work to do that as soon as possible.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, I just have one quick comment. Piggybacking on what Mrs. Patrica said, I think it might be worth our while to contact the Bonita Springs Historical Society for advice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good idea.
The next project is the Cape Coral Technical College. This budget is $14.6 million. This is a staggered funding, so if you may recall, the way we're going to do this project is the initial part of the project will be done as a campus master plan for the two additional components to the campus, the tech component with auto and marine mechanic, and then the other building that will be an extension of new programs and new services on the campus. Once we have the campus master plan, we will move into the construction of phase 1, which is the auto and marine component. And then we will move to phase 3, which is the construction of the new building and the kind of overall campus courtyard area. We have been working with Ms. McClung and Ms. Stillwell on some state funding for this project as well. So this is a project that we have already put out for a grant and are working with the state legislature to get some additional funding on the project. This project is ready to proceed into design this year.
Okay, and then also that was the same thing with the name and rights, like Ms. Patrica had spoke about at the other school, because I think we did discuss that earlier in the year about this particular school and going out and seeing if we could do that. We would just need that information to take out there to the community.
The next,
Mr. Trika had a question on this one.
oh, yes, I'm
Just
sorry.
refresh my recollection. Didn't we used to have student assignment in that building? And didn't we take it out to make more room? Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Ms. Fisher? Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say that I've talked to some people in the community, the Cape Coral community, who are pretty excited about this. And I'm also excited about the fact that the programs can potentially be revenue generating. Thank you.
The next project is one of two science wing remodels. This is the first one for Cypress Lake High School. It's got a budget of $3 million. This was in last year's capital improvement plan. The funding years are 23 and 24, so it hasn't yet gotten to year one, and its anticipated completion is year 24. I will note that the pages that you're seeing, these are actually the excerpts of the capital improvement plan itself, and like last year, we include a description, what the current conditions are, what the status of the project is, and which goals and values that you adopted a year and a half ago this project meets. Are there any questions about the science wing?
Thank you.
The next project is the Cypress Lake Middle School rebuild. The budget on this is $72 million. The funding years are 21 to 24 with anticipated completion of 24. This is another project that we are still, which may move back depending on not scope, but actually on this one, it's about portable swing space. We have identified how many portables that we are going to need for swing space for all the various projects we have going on. We have more demand than we have portables, and we are determining whether we have access to the portables necessary to do this project. We may have to wait until we have additional portable swing space to complete this one.
And just to be clear, in the anticipated completion, 2024 means August of 2024. It doesn't mean fiscal year 24. That's actually fiscal year 25, and we're talking August of 2024.
East Elementary J, this is a project that's already been started. We are in the design phase right now with anticipated completion of 23 into 24, and with a budget of $51 million. The next project is East Innovation Pre-K-8. And this is a new construction project with a budget of $78 million. The $78 million is the district's funded component. You may recall this is the project we're working on with FGCU, and FGCU has said once we have completed the design work, which we are about to start, that they will then go out and do additional funding for the project up to $100 million, so potentially another $25 million. Our anticipated completion is August of 24, although because of some design and wetland issues on the campus, it may extend it to August of 25. The next project listed is East Zone Middle School, new construction. This is the first of two middle schools that we have in our 5-year plan to meet the demand for middle schools in the East Zone. We are right now, as we just talked about, identifying potential property sites that we might pursue for this project. The budget is $60 million and is expected to be completed by 24. The next one is the second of the two East Zone middle schools with a budget of $67 million. The funding years are to 25, so this is expected to open a year later than the previous one. But these are both new schools that we are currently looking at acquiring land to pursue. And part of the discussion we just had will help us identify where those pieces of land we should pursue are. The next one is an East Zone High School construction at a budget of $100 million with the funding years of 22 to 25 with anticipated completion and opening of August of 26. Again, we are in the process of evaluating sites based on our discussion earlier. We have now identified where the board would like to direct us to find land, so we will continue our evaluation to find a suitable site for this high school. The next project is the East Zone Technical College new construction, which we discussed earlier this year when we also talked about the Cape Coral project. We have an anticipated budget, and so I need to explain how this one lays out. So you see a budget of $40 million, and you see a project cost of $80 million. The budget component is what the district has allocated, The anticipated project cost is what the total project cost would be. If you recall from our discussion that we had back in April of this year about this project, that we anticipate looking for partnership dollars for this project. So, so the additional $40 million is what we're going to be looking for from partnership dollars. This project continues into the 10-year plan. It's funded for the first year, so it's in year 5 of this 5-year plan, and then it continues into the next 5 years in the 10-year plan. I think Ms. Morgan has one.
Let me, I'm sorry, let me just update that a little bit, that with the funding for this East Technical, it actually enters into the plan in fiscal year 24, that's August of 23, per the board's desire to push that up. So the funding for that in a plan at this point actually starts in fiscal year 24 through 26 for the total $40 million that was committed in our budget, so.
Okay, and Ms. Morgan, I think.
Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about this technical college and how we move forward with it, because I think we're not doing what we need to be doing right now to be where we want to be in 24. When I spoke to Ms. Eba at one point, about a public-private partnership, we talked about scoping out this plan. If we just continue to talk about this as a $40 million by the district and $40 million by the public, and we do nothing, then nothing is going to happen. We need to have a timeline of starting today, planning out scoping, at what point do we involve the county, at what point on the timeline do we involve the business community, and we need an internal champion, and I would assume that would be Lauren, but perhaps Rita Davis, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, I'm concerned that the fact that we put it on the slide is an indication that nothing is happening. I mean, that is all that is happening. So I asked the board if you have an appetite for directing the superintendent to really treat this as an active project today with a timeline, assigned responsibilities, and the same thing we look at on a construction project. Who does what, when, what decision, what decisions are made, et cetera. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Well, you pretty much know what I'm going to say. I am extremely disappointed to even see the date 2028 anywhere near the title of East Technical College. We have a need, and we have been saying this over and over. This has gotten pushed down the road from 5-year plan to 10-year plan, and since I've been on the board, it was on the 5, and then it got switched again. This is not something that is a nice to have. It is something that is, we must have. We have 37% at last I saw the data of the students attending Fort Myers Tech are from the East Zone. And if anybody had a business and you had 37% of your customers coming from one area, you'd be thinking about putting up another store.
Yeah. Well, if I can, and my apologies for not catching the mistake in the dates before I went to print, but as I was just stating, in the capital plan, the funding is laid out in 24 through 26, then with an estimated opening date of August of 2026.
Well, okay, and
which matches up to the conversation that we all had when we had a conversation on the capital plan.
With the 10-year.
So I didn't catch the inaccurate dates here.
Well, it's still too far out. It's a priority, and I don't think we've been treating it as that. I've been saying that for going on 2 years, that it's a priority, and it still hasn't moved up to any priority. Now, I will say this, that I am working with some, I have been meeting and working with some private donors to do something in the East Zone, and when we get to a point, then I will share that with the board. It's not a board thing, it is a community thing, and because we have to do something right away. I mean, I suggested a long time ago that we look at existing buildings and we just retrofit them for a couple of things like nursing and construction or something like that. And every suggestion has just been pushed back to, well, we're going to build a technical center, but our money is going into Fort Myers Tech and it's going into Cape. Not saying they don't need it, but when you live in the East Zone and you're spending 25% of your income on travel, and you're trying to still have to travel to learn how to get a job, there's something wrong with that. I just, so like I said, there's a group of community people and businesses, and we're looking at something we can do in the interim, especially if it's going to take 4 or 5 years. We're looking at things that we can do in that community sooner. So I just think we need to move this up. We need to do something to prioritize it.
So then Ms. Gittens, what Ms. Morgan had stated about requesting the superintendent to do some, the timeline regarding this so that we do see where it's going and it starts moving?
Well, we see where it's going. They're telling us, even though this should have been 24, 26, but this is where they're going.
It is 26.
Right.
It
okay.
is 26.
Yeah, it is 26. So before that,
and I
though.
see that, and to me, it's still, it's too far. It's not a priority on this board to get this done. It has never been, and it is not now. And, you know, no offense to anyone, and the project you're working on is fine. I just know that we need something sooner, and the community is working on that.
Okay, so my question again would be, is that something that you would like to see the superintendent direct it to the superintendent to give us some type of guideline, as Ms. Morgan just stated? And I think that there's so much need right now and trying to get everything, because I mean, there's 5 things without even going down beyond where we're at right now that's coming up in 2024. So there is a great need within the whole community.
And I understand, not to cut you off, I understand there's needs everywhere, but I still feel, and as long as I'm sitting here, I will continue to say the prioritization has not happened like it really should.
Okay.
We would not be in this situation if priorities were done. I honestly,
I hear what you're saying,
and
so-
let me just say this. I honestly, as I was watching the first presentation, and I can't help but think, if they weren't building those other housing areas across from 82, would there be the urgency to do, you know, what we see on the map today? And I'm just saying, because what is it and what does it take? Who needs to be affected or who needs to be involved for us to really take this seriously? I've been saying it for over 2 years. I said it actually up 3. We looked, I have spoken to staff about, let's look at some of the buildings that are sitting empty that we could just retro in the interim before we do the major project. And I get lip service like, oh yeah, that's fine. And then it's like, don't say anything and she'll go away. Well, I'm not. It's a need that we have to.
Ms. Gittens, I don't think anybody wants you to go away, and you speak very valid points and what you're saying regarding this technical college, but my question still.
Yes, it's fine to do a timeline.
for
I
that?
don't know that it's going to bring anything to fruition any sooner. I really don't. It hasn't done it in the last 2 years or so. If it does, fine.
But there's always hope, and we just keep on moving forward, so.
I just keep bringing it up.
Yes. Dr. Savage, did you understand
I'm
what?
happy to just add one point of clarification, and Dr. D, please can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but up until this point, in any prior to the budget years, we did not have this proposed within the budget. So
No, it was on the
for the
10-year
board's
plan.
awareness, this is evidence that we are moving in a direction that is consistent with that. We understand these projects are massive. For it to actually appear in our 5-year plan is a pretty big step, considering it was not in last year's 5-year plan or the year before. So I think it's important to demonstrate to the board that certainly it was heard back in April through June that this was a priority, so much so that any of the needs from a funding standpoint were also identified, that this directly impacts our ability in terms of carrying a certain level of reserve dollars. So I think what I've heard is we would like to put together a timeline that goes a step beyond just showing when is it budgeted, when would the design and construction work, but also who is the champion, what is that engagement plan, and so forth, which I think is a fair ask to do. So that's what I heard, is that because we certainly don't want people to feel as if this is not important.
Correct.
It is a priority. That's why it's in our 5-year plan, which we can take out into the public, which it has not been prior. That's a big step as an organization.
So let me, I'm going to go back to, go ahead, Ms. Gittens.
On to that. Thank you. And I mean, I appreciate the movement at this point. If you go back and look at meetings prior a year or so ago, it was on the 5-year plan and then it was moved. So it has been, and then it was moved to 10 years. And I recall the meeting because I kicked up about it then. Why was it moved? So now we're saying, do you understand why I don't trust this process? Because I'm told one thing and then, then we're told this. So I have no problems with you coming up with a plan. I just want to see something go to fruition.
Okay, well, we are here right now, so how do we move forward? So we see what we have listed here. We understand that that's the incorrect date. It is 2026. And Ms. Fisher, do you have a comment? Okay.
Finish first.
And I was just going to say, so would then if Dr. Savage, if everybody's in agreement with that, of course, all of us would like Dr. Savage to go ahead and get something together so that way we see it in real timeline movement. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. That way, Ms. Gittens and everybody can actually see where it's going and where we're at now and where we're going.
Right.
And then do what we have to do to make it happen. And Ms. Fisher?
Okay, so there's definitely a need countywide. We are growing by leaps and bounds. Our people are looking, everybody's looking for workers. And so if there are people who have a proposal for a public-private partnership, I don't know, Mrs. Gittens, if your group has come forward with that. I mean, if they're going to do something on their own. There are some limitations and restrictions, and part of the process that we have to follow does take time. But I would say that if the workforce development forecast tells us what kind of programs we need and we find a location, I mean, we need to have the timeline and we need to have some kind of an activity moving forward that does let the public know that we're thinking about this and that we are welcoming businesses who want to provide internships and trainings and things like that. And there might be somebody, and I know years ago, we had several people approach us multiple times about public-private partnerships, and those did not happen. But maybe this is a different time. And of course, now we do have the sales tax money, so that puts us in another position. So I think, yes, we are moving forward. I mean, I feel like we are. And we all represent the whole county, and we really know that there is a need in the East Zone, no doubt. So I think if we ask the superintendent to help us start moving forward and laying the groundwork a little bit more and involving people in the community, we may move even faster. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gittens, I'm going to have you finish, and then I'm going to just take a consensus if that's what the wishes of the board.
Okay, well, I will reiterate again that the group that I'm working with, it is not a board project. My concern is that the process and the things that we have been working on, that if you assign it to someone in the district, then we're out of it. And I'm not stopping working on the project. So I'm not going to have you tell me that I can't continue to do for my community a project that we're working on. So if I'm fine for you doing a timeline on doing the East Zone Technical Center that will be open in 2026 and doing a timeline for it. Our community is working on an interim project.
And I think that's great, and nobody would want you to ever stop doing whatever you're doing. I don't think that would ever, that's not even in the question.
And in all due respect, I only meant that if we work together as a board team, along with the superintendent, and put our, whatever influence or opportunity we may have to further connect with our business community, it may help speed up the process. Thank you.
So may I take a consensus for the superintendent to go ahead and do a timeline process so we can see, so we can start moving this further along? Is everybody okay with that? Thank you. Dr. Savage, you got it? Thank you. Ladies, thank you. Can continue, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms.
Yeah,
Ms. Vaughn.
I just wanted to add one other thing when we're talking about the technical colleges. I know I brought this up quite a while ago about the expense of our schools with our specialized rooms that we have for the various academies, you know, like the HVAC and the auto mechanics and all. They're rooms that are extremely expensive, and I know I think when we're talking about these technical colleges, we should also be looking, which I don't think we are, more at a vocational school kind of thing, because as was discussed before, the vocational colleges, obviously, and it does generate some money, post-secondary students attend. We also have at our colleges, we also have some of our own students that haven't graduated, but these are students that need to be accepted into this special. I mean, it's a dual enrollment, and I think if you want to talk about what we haven't paid enough attention to here as a board, I believe it's our academies, and we need to kind of reevaluate what we're doing with our academies, and if some of the academies perhaps the space would be better utilized for the hands-on kinds of things and the technical training that our kids are looking for, and that they could actually do it as high school, maybe even start as sophomores, at least as juniors and seniors, but not dual enrolled. I think we're really missing the boat on that, and I don't think we've been forward thinking in ways that we could improve vocational programs, and we could high schools that are not far away from one another, just because one has, and I don't know if this happens, but I know South Fort Myers has the auto shop. Now, I don't know, is it fully utilized? Could there be 5 more students in the program, maybe that come from Cypress Lake or from Dunbar or from wherever? I think just overall, we are not utilizing our very expensive rooms that we have as academies within our existing high schools to the best of our ability. And I just wanted to bring that up while we're talking about career education and, students from East Lee or wherever that are leaving high school without viable skills that will propel them in a career rather than, just going out and working somewhere that's more dead end.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Vaughn.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, please.
The next project we're going to talk about is technical colleges again. This is the one that's already in the design phase. That's Fort Myers Technical College. It's a $12.7 million project. It's the least expensive of the 3 technical colleges. The funding year will complete next year, as we are in design right now, and we will be getting ready to go into construction very shortly. The next project is the Franklin Park Elementary rebuild. We are just starting the design phase of this project. It's scheduled to open August 24 with a project budget of $65.5 million. This is the rebuild of the campus, as well as the development of the community wraparound programs on the campus. The next project is a 20-classroom pre-K program at G. Weaver Elementary at project budget at $10 million, and it's scheduled to open in August of '24. The next one is is in addition to Lehigh Acres Middle School, a project of $5.4 million. It's already in design and originally was scheduled for '24, but it looks like it will now be completed in August of '23. The next one is the second of the 2 science wing refresh at $3 million. This is scheduled to be complete by August of '24 at North Fort Myers High School. The next project is the Riverdale Campus Refresh Project, which includes a new building. The new building will house their new gymnasium, as well as some additional classroom space, science wing space. The project budget is currently $41.5 million, although it is being evaluated right now by the design team, and anticipated completion is August of '25. The next one is one of 2 South Zone, is one of 3 high school additions. The first one is in the South Zone. This is scheduled to be at Estero High School. I think we're all aware that we purchased land for what was to be NN&K. We are going to use that land as part of a campus master plan, which will allow us to shift some athletic fields on the campus and provide an additional addition for the high school. Project budget is $23 million, and it's anticipated to be completed not in this 5-year plan, but in the next 5-year plan in 2028. The next one is the South Zone Pre-K 8. This project is currently completing the design phase and entering into the construction phase. It's a budget of $84 million and anticipated to be complete next August of '23. The next one is a sidewalk and bus loop expansion at Varsity Lakes Middle School. This will add a new bus loop along the north side of the campus and a new sidewalk along the south side of the campus at a total budget of $1 million, and it'll be complete next summer. It's in design right now. The next is the Veterans Park Academy for the Arts Elementary and Middle School remodel. This is a $30 million budget. We are right now in the contract negotiations with the architect and CM for the project. So the current conditions of the project is that we are looking to do 2 schools on a unified campus. So it will have 2 separate campus schools, but it'll be a unified school. The first school will have 2 sections. It'll have a pre-K, it'll be a pre-K 5, and it'll have section for pre-K through 2nd grade, and then another section for 3 through 5. And then the original Lambs campus will be remodeled and will have colors and theming that is consistent with the Veterans Park as a whole. While maybe not exact, we will go through that as part of the design phase. And that will be the 6 through 8 component of the campus. So it will be 2 schools. There'll be an elementary and a middle school. The elementary will have 2 sections, a elementary and then more of an intermediate type programming. And the unifying themes will be around its colors, around the logo, around an arts focus for the entire campus, and an enrollment process that will allow for matriculation from the 5th grade into the 6th grade, from one school, basically from one school into the next school.
Anything that I missed on that?
No, no, as far as the anticipated completion dates, let's talk a little bit about that. Let's break it down a little bit, because what is the old Lambs building needs to be completed by next school year. So that is August of 2022 in order to open for kids. And then there could be some other things that are attached to the project, say, for example, the arts component or something that may be completed after that, or if there's other updates that possibly need to happen to the Veterans Park campus as we know it today, that might be later. So that anticipated completion date is talking after everything, but the old Lambs has to be for next year. So just a little breakdown of that. And configuration of staff, I think we're still in, conversation about that, so we'll come down finally what that looks like in terms of the primary intermediate section, and then, of course, your middle school section in the old Lambs building. So, yes.
In terms of capacity, there will be no additional students over what it is currently today on those two campuses, although that determination has yet to really be configured, but we know that we won't have any additional students. The next one is the second of the high school additions. This one is in the West Zone, a budget of $20 million. We are right now identifying which campus is best and most suited for this high school addition. And then the final project is the third of the high school additions, also in the West Zone at $23 million. And again, we are in the very early phases of determining where that addition would happen.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to point out for each of these, remember in our capital planning process, we talked about going through the phases. So each large project is going to have a phase one that comes to the board, and then the phase two will come to the board. And based on where we are with price escalations, in terms of, continuing to look at projections and all of that, to determining whether a project is still needed and whether we'll still move forward for that project once we reach phase two, given whatever circumstances we're in at that time. So we'll continue to follow that process as we had discussed with you at a previous meeting.
And just to reiterate the idea that we talked about at the beginning, where capital improvement planning is not a linear escalation. So we are here talking about the final completion of the 21-22 capital improvement plan, which will be presented to you with the capital budget. But that doesn't mean that we're at the end of the cycle for next year. In fact, we're already in the cycle for next year, and the discussion that we had today continues that continuum. So a capital improvement planning process is not linear, that it starts and it ends, but it is more of a circular, always evolving discussion that we will continue to have as we move into the coming year. And in fact, you'll see coming in the coming year that you will hear more about the capital plan throughout the year, and not just at the budget period time, but we'll be presenting information to you potentially once every month in different phases, so that this is a process that becomes very fluid for you, and that you can provide have many opportunities to provide input to us.
Mm-hmm. Right. And just to remind as well that these projects that we went through with you today are not the complete list of everything that's in the capital plan. It's just a call out of some of the largest projects. There are still many other projects that are maintenance related at our existing schools, that are security related at our existing schools, that either construction or maintenance will be handling. This is just, a sample of some of the largest projects in the group. There are many, and you all received that breakdown, at an earlier meeting as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Gittens.
Does someone else want to speak first?
No, I think you're the only one that has a question.
Okay.
Because I know we're way over, so
okay.
I apologize
and
for that.
I'll be very quick with this. When I talk about priorities, and I look at the LAMS and BPAA project, and I am not pointing fingers at anyone, please don't take this personally. But when I look at a project where we moved the students from the old LAMS to the new building, and we took the students, we're going to take the students from Veterans Park and spread them out over those two schools. we haven't gained any seats. We are still where we were. And
Yes, we've gained a smaller number, yes, because when you gain about 300 middle school seats, right? Because right now there's about 800 or so middle school students at VPAA. And if you take those and say, okay, now they're not going to be there anymore, they're going to be at the new, what was the old Lambs, but the new VPAA middle, that's going to hold about 1,100. So that's, about a plus 300 or so.
But basically, then we won't gain that plus 300 until we do the remodel on the old Lambs. So for this year, we built a brand-new school that was supposed to be for a certain number, and I won't go into all of that again, and it's already over that number. So we really, in practical purposes, this year opened a new school and didn't gain any seats. We gained the possibility of Veterans Park spreading out and maybe not having as crowded classes. But until we build that other section onto the new Lambs, then they're still, crowded. It was supposed to be for $1,250, and I think they opened with something like $1,370 or whatever. So I'm just saying we need to sometimes when doing projects to step back and see what is our end game. Was our end game to get seats? Because 2 years ago when we were told we're building schools in the East Zone, we're going to build a middle school and elementary school, not quite, So I'm just saying we really need to look at the big picture of what we're doing and how it really is affecting students at this time.
I agree with that statement. The big picture is very important, yes.
Thank you.
And as last year when we presented this draft to you, if you have any draft comments that you would like to make to us in regards to the text or any of the other information, please don't hesitate to get them back to us. We don't like to use our time with you to do Scribner's things, but if there are comments that you have that are Scribner's related, I believe last year we got comments from Ms. Morgan and Ms. Vaughn. We always welcome those comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies.
Can I say one more thing?
I'm sorry.
Just thank you.
Ms. McClung, if you would start coming forward.
Thank you for allowing me to sit in on the meeting the other day to actually hear what all you guys do and all of the hard work. So I appreciate the time and the conversation.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'm sorry. Ms. Giovanelli?
I was just going to ask real quick, are we growing still at the 1,200 a year, or is our growth kind of tapering off, or are we not, maybe COVID's affecting that too?
We are, I don't know exactly the number, but we will make sure we'll get you the current growth rate in the weekly update.
Thank you.
Thank you. For real this time.
Oh, Cindy's right there, okay.
Okay, so the next on the agenda, and again, I have to apologize, I know we definitely have gone over, it's 4:18, so I thank you for bearing with us, and Ms. McClung, if you will, please.
Good afternoon. Nice to be with everyone. We only have a couple of items that are on the board workshop list for today. The first one was introduced by Ms. Patrico, which was governance board training, and I know she has had to leave, so I don't have a detailed explanation of that. I remember when she requested it, that she was talking about training for the whole board, but I don't remember the specifics of that.
I think it was, they had asked Ms. Holly to get the information from, it was a training that a lot of us had, I believe, attended at the FSBA, and we wanted to see about getting that information from them to us to see if that's something, first, what was that, and if that's something that we wanted to do. And I have to say that I know that she sent it to us.
I think she sent it.
And I have kind of like blitzed it, so I'm not sure if anybody else has comments on that particular training, and if this is something that we want to go forward. It's where they actually speak to each individual member, and then they watch the board meetings, and then they call us and critique individually on what we could do better or what they see in our actions, our eye rolling, our head scratching, whatever that looks like, that's telling a story. So that is what that training was all about. And I'm not sure if you want to discuss that further, or Ms. Vaughn?
I don't remember, did we have a price on that?
It was sent to us, and I can't recall where it's at this particular moment, but I know it was sent out, pretty much that same week we got it. Oh, Dr. Savage?
Yes, I can have Ms. Holly, Ms. Matthews, she can resend that again. It has the prices and so forth. I think it was the same day that it had been brought up last time. We just wanted to resend that piece so we can send it to the board as well as to Ms. McClung too, just so she has that information as well.
And perhaps we can bring that back on the next one, unless you wanted to speak about it right now, because I know that it was sent out like immediately. She had the figures for us.
The reason I asked for cost, I mean, I could say, yes, consider it, or no, that's way too expensive considering other things. So.
She just sent it again to all of us.
Oh, she did?
Yes, and the costs are in there. The costs are in there as well.
Ms. Gittens, do you see the cost? And if you do, can you share those out?
I see the trainers, I don't see the cost.
Okay, here it is.
Okay, so do you see that?
6,000. I don't see a cost on it. I see.
Yeah, it's down there.
$1,000 per month for 6 months, a total of $6,000 is what it says right here. And thank you, Ms. Matthews, for doing that so quickly. But that's the pricings right there. You can see it in there.
Is it, Madam Chair, if I may, is it, can we subscribe to as many months as we need, or is there a limit on, is there a minimum?
Yeah, well, the way that this looks is starting with
yes.
you're starting with a 6 months training. And if the board wanted us to continue, so the minimum is 6 months. And there will be no travel fees involved. The charge is $1,000 per month, 6 months, totaling $6,000. This would include the board members getting monthly coaching from us, and would be sure, and would for sure do the feedback call to each board members following the meetings, as what I had discussed, what they do. So that's what this one is.
It says that both sides can opt out at any time, so there's no long-term contract. Right above where you read. They say 6 months, but then it's a little unclear, but then they say both sides can opt out at any time.
Looking at where you're looking.
So there's no
I don't see
long-term
it.
contract.
Well, can I suggest then that we do a consensus to see about if we would like to at least do it? We can always opt out.
Well, I guess,
And my question would be, how can they tell our facial expressions with masks? But I won't go there.
there's a lot of different, if you continue down, there's a lot of different available for individual groups. So there's a lot of different costs involved in here. Individual enrollment, package of 10,
I don't see that.
package of 25. So I guess I would want to see, I just took myself right out of it.
Is that on that one?
Oh, that's
with
Sarah
the yellow?
Owens.
That's a different package.
That's a different,
Oh, that's a different training.
that's Sarah Owens with the collaboratory.
The Center for Board Behavior Reform, is that the one we're talking about? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So is that something that you would want to consider doing? Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Gittens?
Yes.
Ms. Patrica's not here. Ms. Giovanelli?
We've just done so much of this. I'll go with consensus. I'll live with it.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
And I think that from what I seen at that
I liked it.
meeting. I thought that was very, it was really worth it, getting the information and following up with that. So we do have a consensus, 4 to
What's the next step?
5
Do
to
we
1.
vote on it tomorrow?
We can,
And Ms. Patrica suggested it, so I.
well, yeah, it was actually, yeah, Ms. Patrica and Ms. Morgan. So we'll go ahead and ask them to send us something, and then we'll have everything in line, and then we'll bring it back to the next board meeting. Okay?
Okay, thank you. And the other item was mentioned earlier today, and that was a workshop or a briefing, I wasn't clear as to which, around the classroom support structures that are currently in place.
Ms. Morgan?
Ms. Morgan.
Well, I think that has to do with all of the different job descriptions that are resource support oriented. And I think the question is, what is the need? What positions are addressing it? How, what does it cost? Is this the most effective use of dollars? But I think it really boils down to there's a lack of clarity about who's doing what. And Ms. Gittens brought up the point of, essentially identifying the high performers and giving them more money by pulling them out of the classroom. So I think there are just a lot of questions around what it is that, we're doing to support teachers. And I think, Dr. Spiro, I'm sure you understand from the conversation we had this afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. And were you thinking a briefing or a workshop?
Well, I would say a briefing, unless the board really wants to do a deep dive, in which case we ought to be doing a workshop. But I would say a briefing for starters.
Right. I agree.
I would agree.
Because I think more people, it was several people that brought that same question up. So we have consensus on that? We have consensus on that.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, please, Ms. Vaughn.
So would this be just an evaluation of the people in school, in the school?
It was the support, Ms. Morgan, can you elaborate on the structure?
Classroom support structures. Yeah, it was what's happening in the classroom. Who's going into the classroom? Who's coming out of the classroom? What are they doing in the schools to support the teachers? I think that's what we were all talking about, not here, but in the schools, yeah.
Okay, but my point is, we also have some people here in district office that go out to the schools. We have those jobs. We have
So could that be put together?
Quite a few. And the point that I was going to bring up is, at least with the district people, this was something that I know with our auditor, when we had RSM here, one of the projects, and I don't believe we ever had that done, was job descriptions or actually filled jobs in the district that were redundant. And even though we're talking here, and it's of utmost importance, in the classroom, in the schools, we still have a significant number of district people that go out and do those kinds of jobs.
So do you think that that could be rolled into this? And I don't know if could it be, to get Dr. Spiral shaking his head, that could be?
Shaking his head no or yes?
Yes, he's shaking his head yes, that could be rolled into this.
Yeah, I think it should be
Inside and
considered,
outside.
because how many coaches and literacy people and all of that do we need? Is it more effective to have them in the individual schools? I mean, this really is a huge topic. And it's really too bad we don't currently have an auditor, because I know they were, that's one of the things that an auditor does, is to look at redundancy of jobs.
Ms. Gittens, please.
I think if we were going to do it as a briefing, I personally would like to see it broken down into just overall the coaching process in the schools, whether it be from the district or within, almost like a flow chart as to how it works, and how do they decide, someone from the district is going to go into this classroom or whatever. How is that all decided? And since we've done it for a while, the data showing the success or how has it helped? And, are we tracking by grade level or by class? And at one point, we were getting a lot of information from the coaches here as to all the things they were doing. It was kind of overkill, but at least we saw what all they were doing. And not on a weekly basis, but basically, how is this helping? What does it look like, big picture, and how is it helping? Did it help certain schools and not other schools? Or do you have high-performing schools that it's not used for, and are we using it more so in the lower-performing schools? How are we equating and equaling out who gets what coaching? Because you can have a low-performing school, we spend all of our time over here just to get them up to 5 miles per hour, when you could, those bubble students, that you could raise them from the middle up higher as well. So that's what I'd like to see, the big picture of coaching, what it is, who does it, when, where, how, and what has it created.
Okay, we have we already had the consensus around the briefing, so that's just some more information for Dr. Spiro and his team that I think they'll be able to use. Okay, any other comments around that? Ms. Morgan?
So I see that consider moving non-action meetings to training rooms is additional information requested. So where do we stand on that? Because I happen to feel very strongly that this board would work better together, or would find it easier to work together if we're looking at one another the way we used to do in the workshops when we did them in the training room. And so that's the drum I'm going to beat.
I believe Ms. Stillwell sent that information, and I'll go back and look, but I believe that went to the board, possibly in one of the board updates, the information around the cost, and I believe that the recommendation was to do it within the pit, but I can double check on that.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, then we need to discuss it, and we need to decide how to move forward.
Yeah, because I believe, Ms. McClung, it was because of the cameras and the viewing for everybody, correct?
Correct. They
That
could set it
We did not have
up.
the ability to do that in the other rooms?
They could do it in the Caloosahatchee room. And they could live stream from there like they have done the talc bargaining. However, the acoustics are not good, and it was very difficult to understand and to hear some of the people because they don't have individual mics. The setup really isn't appropriate.
Okay, Ms. Vaughn?
Now, what about that setup that we did a few times here? Is that what you said?
She said, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Recommendation.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing some of what you said. Yeah, I mean, I could see trying it, going back, trying it. I would be totally opposed to doing it in one of the rooms. I know years ago when that was done, and I wasn't a board member, it was really difficult to hear, especially in that square to people whose backs were, and there was limited space for people to be in there.
Dr. Savage?
Yes, just going through what Ms. Stillwell's comments, she said it's very easy for them to be able to set the board meetings in the pit area. That is very easy to accommodate from a visual, the audio-visual standpoint, the streaming, all of that can be done here and is not difficult at all. They just need to know in coordinating with the board secretaries, and they can take care of that in this room. There is no challenge with that here.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
And I'm sure if Ms. Patrica were here, she would agree with me on this. If we do it in the pit, can we please have comfortable chairs? No, the chair, it's difficult sitting at the table and leaning and all that, so just saying.
We'll get you a personal chair.
I'll just bring my own.
Just drag them
Do we
right
have
down.
consensus that we would like to do that in the pit where everybody can actually not have their backs to one another and be able to have conversation during those meetings?
That's all right.
Ms. Vaughn? Thank you. So if that's, Dr. Savage, if that's doable, that's what we will. And Ms. McClung?
put it right
I
here.
have one other thing for Ms. McClung.
Well, did you have anything else that you were?
The only other item that had come forward was, Ms. Giovanelli, you had mentioned that you wanted to discuss the assignment of the liaisons to committees. I didn't know if you wanted to bring that up today or if you wanted to bring that up in the future.
Well, not everybody's here, so I would rather do that when everybody's here. I'm not going to do what was done prior, so I would respect that everyone be here at the table at the same time, so we can put it off.
And then that's all that I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, then Ms. Gittens said she had something, and then I'll go to Ms. Vaughn.
Okay, I attended the county commission meeting this morning, and the topic that is hot and heavy right now is redistricting.
Right.
So they are in the process of getting input. They have a schedule out on their website as to when and where the meetings will be at their chambers, but they have several meetings set up. And in listening to it, the school board did come up in the discussion this morning in that.
I'm sorry, Ms. McClung, I don't think, Ms. Gittens,
No,
is this to go?
it has to do with her because,
That's why, we're going to a story.
I'm just telling you how I got there, okay?
Yeah.
So anyway, the discussion and the school board was brought up, and the fact that we have a separate charter than theirs, but we have a decision as to whether we follow their redistricting or we don't. And to me, part of it is the fact that all of them are countywide and we are not all countywide. I also brought up talking to a couple of the councilmen about the fact we're doing proximity. How does proximity look with districting and redistricting for us? So it seems as though we are a little bit different from them, but the discussion needs to be had. Do we continue as we are? Do we follow their changes? Now, one of them did say to me that they hope not to make any changes where there are any incumbents in position. So, yeah, right.
I believe that they have already asked for the addresses so that they can figure out where everybody is at. So that's already been asked of them.
But then and the thing, we have that decision. We do not have to do if they change it. So we need to get the information, perhaps to have someone from the county commission here to discuss what all the process is, the superintendent, and we need to make our own decisions.
Madam Chair, if I may, just through the chair on this one. So this is part of the reason why at each board member one-to-one we brought up the redistricting conversation, because this is going to be an ongoing piece, and definitely there's a lot of implications, both for us, for county commission, for others as well. So this will be an ongoing conversation that we have here at the dais as well, just to make sure that we have a lot of information. We have certainly anything related to proximity and elements like that. Dr. Carlin is going to be my key lead here, along with additional pertinent staff. You'll hear from Ms. Ebaugh in terms of some of that engagement with the planning staff and others. So we'll certainly be bringing up this conversation here so we can understand the implications, as well as some history related to this topic, because this is not a new thing. Historically, there's a lot there as well. So just wanted to bring that up as well.
And then I'm going to go to, I know Ms. Vaughn and then Ms. Giovanelli, and then I want to make sure I share something before you all take off. Ms. Vaughn.
Well, I didn't go to the meeting, but actually what I was going to bring up is pretty much exactly what Ms. Gittens brought up. And I know, Ms. Morgan, you were here, right, for you and Mrs. Fisher?
Yeah.
Were here for that.
We're going to hybrid.
Going to the hybrid and also we have, just 2 members that went through that. And if I remember that as just an onlooker at the time, very emotional, high emotions and lots of community and that sort of thing. So this would be something not for the next week or something, but I think we really need to put this on our radar and actually start getting or soliciting some community response. I'm going to watch that. They record the meetings, don't they? Yeah, I didn't go,
It's
but I
near the
intend
end.
to watch that meeting, and it's, I kind of missed what you said about the incumbent, but I surely do not want to be involved in any gerrymandering things that will probably go on, not with us, of course, but with other people. And I guess a lot of it just really depends on what they do. I mean, we're not by law or statute locked into theirs. It's just been tradition, right?
Correct.
Ms. Morgan,
Correct.
can you,
Correct.
is it okay if
Yes,
Ms.
that's
Morgan
fine.
elaborates a little bit about her recollection of how things were
I think,
that last time?
I think going independent of what the county does creates enormous administrative problems for the
Yeah,
county.
probably.
That's the big issue. So, I mean, you have to run separate when you're running elections. The districts aren't the same, they're not aligned, whatever. But other than that, once we got through the conversation about, I think the agreement was to expand the board. That was not a problem. The problem was the 5-2. And once the decision was made, it was fine, but it was aligned with the county. So.
And I think I have heard, when I've spoken to some of the commissioners, they said to me is that they're really not looking to try to change. They're trying to keep things the way that they are. If there is any change, it would be so minute. And that's from multiple ones that have said that to me. For their districts and this district.
If you look at the meeting from this morning and the data that they showed, there are slight things that
Adversely.
they discussed, so.
Yeah. But we will definitely be paying attention to that, as Dr. Savage said, and Dr.
Yeah,
Carlin will. be on
I'm
that
just
as well.
suggesting, going along with what Ms. Gittens said, that it needs to be on our radar, and it needs to be something that we ourselves, not just the county commission, start at some point soliciting formal, even having some, maybe a couple forums, something like that, soliciting community advice, because obviously, depending on the community, there's some pretty different demographics in each of the zones, so.
And that's what Dr. Savage said, that
Yeah.
it will be an ongoing conversation. So we definitely will
right.
be following this and looking at
Okay.
that.
All right.
And then Ms. Giovanelli?
And all I just want to add to that is that I know that Cape Coral and the city of Fort Myers are hiring an attorney that would handle that all, and so that they collaborate together. And I don't know if that's going to happen with other municipalities or anything, but I know that is an ongoing thing. So I don't know if it's something that, this is all new to me, so I don't know. I'm just bringing that information forward.
No, thank you for that. And I just wanted to, I'm sorry, were you?
No.
Okay. I wanted to bring up an item also, resolutions. It seems like all of a sudden lately, people are opting out of resolutions. So I am wondering if that's something that we believe that the board should be into, doing resolutions, because now, even at the last meeting, we've separated it from the agenda. Now, not only have we separated it from the agenda, now we are not having we still have the majority voting for certain resolutions, but for us to stay together as a whole, do we want to just remove resolutions and still have the recognitions? Or do we want to continue to have resolutions or that's my question. Ms. Gittens?
I don't see any issue with them unless it's something that is very controversial, and we went through and around about what we should resolve and what we shouldn't. So, and board members have an opportunity to opt out if they want to. So I don't know. I don't see not recognizing certain things unless we just recognize it on the website. And how, I guess, I don't know.
I guess the reason I'm
How
asking
safe
that
are we?
is I don't want people to be, ever to feel, and maybe it's just me personally, to be offended, because, you know, I think the last one was Hispanic month, so those who would not vote for Hispanic month, oh, well, what do they have against Hispanic? You know what I'm saying? So, or if it's Haitian, whatever that month looks like, and that resolution, and those who do not, then it's like, why are those certain people not? You know, what is it about us? And I just would hate people to think that we feel a certain way towards anybody.
Well,
So that's why I'm bringing that up.
And I would like to say, I did get some comments from some Hispanic employees and community people saying, you know, thank you. However, there's differentiations of Latino and
Correct.
Hispanic, so
Correct.
it got real kind of muddied.
Right.
You know.
So that's why I'm bringing that up as well, because of that. It's like, who does that fit? And go ahead, Ms. Giovanelli.
My only problem is resolutions is an action, and what are we going to do? We just are blankety doing resolutions, and for me, I decided that everyone is important, everyone matters, all means all, and I'm not going to separate anything out differently, and I am going to take that stance from here on out, and I probably won't be doing anything one way or another with resolutions. I'm just going to because I don't want to single out one Hispanic over somebody from Guatemala, somebody from Spain, somebody from Mexico, somebody from wherever. So for me, I decided that, because what are we actually doing? What are we actually saying with the resolution? What are we doing? I don't see the action behind the words. That's all.
Right, and that's why I felt that I needed to bring this up, because if there was a certain month that somebody wanted to speak on that, they could certainly bring it up on their own for good of the order, or whatever that looks like. But of course, I'm just one, and I just wanted to put that out there to everybody else, because I don't want people to feel, like you just said, all means all, and I don't want anyone ever feeling that they're not included. So and I know Ms. Patricia already, I know she's already removed herself from all of them. You have done that, well, now.
Decided to, yes.
Right, and so.
Can we hear from the other?
Yes, please. Ms. Morgan?
Well, actually, I thought Ms. Giovanelli made a good point. A resolution resolves, and effectively, we're not resolving
doing
anything. So I think we should just do recognitions and let it go at that.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
I think we need to revisit it. I think we need to revisit it. I don't see the problem with the resolutions. I know when for certain things, some of these things were actually recognized in the schools. You know, maybe we just need to revisit what are the most important resolutions. You know, it's the ones that come to mind are the Hispanic, the African American, the women's, very, very important things that really impact on our curriculum. And I know there's some controversial topics on it, but I think just to take a yes or a no vote here, while we're still getting a majority of the people at the board going along with the resolutions, to me, it's the issue of the people that are voting no. Not.
Well, I hear what you're saying.
You asked my opinion.
No, I do appreciate your opinion, and the reason I don't want people to feel that we are another division, I guess, you know, and of course, we're never all going to agree with everything, but that's the only, I mean.
Well, no, and Ms. Jordan, I hear you. You want it the input of each person.
I do want it, thank you.
So you know, I think we should revisit it, perhaps take another vote, and not debate it at this late time without preparation, without revisiting, okay, let's look again. What did we do? How did we do it? And I'm not married to this. I just don't want to say one way or another at this point. I favor it. Maybe when we discuss it mindfully, I wouldn't. But right now, I feel that if there are individual members that don't want to endorse a particular resolution, that's their prerogative.
Thank you. So would you add that on there for discussion, if you don't mind? Thank
Yes, I'll be happy to put that back on there, and just, I can send out the section again of the protocols. Basically, the difference was that acknowledgements would not be read, and that resolutions would be read aloud, and that was the distinguishing characteristic between them, and that the action that was taken was the actual reading of the event, of the resolution. I believe it was anything that, the ones that were decided upon were ones that were cultural, and then ones that had specific educational significance. So I can send you that list as well.
Ms. Jordan?
Ms. Gittens?
Are we?
Can I have her speak first?
Are we following what the schools are doing? Are we mirroring, you know, the recognitions that are in the schools? Or I don't even know what the schools do. Do they have an option to?
Mr. Savage, do you know?
There is a formal process through which the schools submit the board recognitions through the board office.
No, I mean, but things that they do in the schools themselves.
In terms of doing recognitions.
Recognition of certain days and things and events, and how does that happen?
Yeah, they do. I mean, I could have school development put something together in the board weekly of what kind of process they use. If you'd like to have that information in our weekly, we can submit that to you. But in terms of just individual schools, they celebrate all different manner of kinds of things. I don't know that there's a perfect association to the type of resolutions and whatnot. I don't think it's quite the same type of thing here.
Thank you. And Mr. Pre-Bruno?
So resolutions, the ones that we're talking about in terms of celebrating cultures and diversity and things of that nature, are usually things that are unanimously consented to by a board. The board went through a process and picked the ones that it wanted to celebrate. But if you're going to your action meeting and you're pulling out the resolution and you're having votes that are showing the division amongst the board, it defeats the purpose of the resolution. So that's something to take into consideration. And I think that Ms. Giovanelli's point, although there's not really a legal implication, but it is important to note that you have so many subcultures, subgroups at this time that you know, you do not want to offend any particular group because of a resolution that was not specific enough. I do have some concerns when there is supposed to be a celebratory resolution and board members are not voting for it. That does cause some concern. So if the board is not together to move forward a resolution that celebrates a particular culture, then perhaps the board may want to consider not to have those resolutions at all.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
So what if we each at some time at a meeting had our selection of someone, a student or a teacher or whatever, in our travels throughout the district, that we highlight someone, you know, individually, that, you know, kind of like I saw someone doing something good. But we individually do that as we're out and about in the community and in the schools. And I mean, just a thought, because it would at least show some, you know, celebration of what's going on in our schools and our employees and that type of thing.
And thank you, Ms. Gittens, because we do also do that with our students and all of that. That's with the acknowledgement, and we have begun doing that again. So we are actually doing that part. So right now, we will put that back on there so we can have further, deeper conversation on that. And
thank you. So we do have consensus around that? You would like to bring that back, correct?
So until such time as the board has this deeper conversation, we do need direction from the board as to whether or not you want to suspend the resolutions at this point or move forward with them.
I recommend we suspend until we come unified together as to what we want to do.
Suspend.
Suspend.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Okay, suspend.
So at this time, just to make sure that I'm clear, we're going to suspend all future resolutions until such time as the board can come back. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, ladies, for allowing me to bring that up. Is there anything else for Ms. McClung?
I just wanted to clarify that there was agreement around the redistricting, I wasn't clear if you wanted to have that as a workshop or if Dr. Savage was going to be bringing that forward in briefings as an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, if you don't mind, we're going to be, Dr. Carlin is going to be putting forward a kind of a timeline. We have the county's timeline, but we have kind of our own internal piece, and so I want to give her some time to develop that strategy. And if then it's insufficient or if there's issues, then if you would give us a defer and kind of allow us to provide that information.
No, I think that's.
Thank you. Okay. That's all that I have, and if no one else has any, then we'll close this out.
I think that's it. Thank you, Ms. McClung.
Thank you.
So we are to the, up to the good of the order. I'm going to go to Ms. Morgan first, please.
I have nothing for good of the order.
Okay. Ms. Vaughn? Good of the
No,
order for
no
today?
comments.
Ms. Gittens, do you have anything for today for the good of the order?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli, anything for the good of the order for today?
Well, I actually have a few things. So just real quick, are we going to bring back student reps for
Yes.
the meetings? That was just something I wanted to see where we were with that. Also, this is for Dr. Savage. I've personally seen this myself, that the Equity Florida poster is in schools still. Is that supposed to be the case?
Yes.
To my knowledge, that is not supposed to be the case. So we will get with staff and try to get to the bottom of it. If you are willing to let us know if there's an area where it's been observed, we'd be happy to.
Well, I've seen it with my own eyes, so I'll tell you what school I've seen it at, and then I know others have seen it at other places, but, okay, so
Thank you.
that's all. And then, no one has mentioned this, but what's the response to the governor's, to the letter tomorrow? I mean, I don't know, so I would like to know.
So we are currently have been reviewing that, and a response will be timely given to the governor tomorrow.
Okay, so in the meantime, I've had many parents think that they still have the option to opt out at this point, so because of the stay, so can we have clarity on that?
At this point, we're moving, as Dr. Savage had indicated, that we have a mask mandate, and the opt-out is for medical or disability reasons, and you can provide your correspondence to the principal, and the principal will process it.
Okay, thank you.
And then I had, one thing, you all had asked about RSM, so I have contacted RSM, and they are to call me tomorrow. They've been out, but she sent me an email this morning and said that she will be calling me tomorrow.
Okay, great.
So I just wanted to let you know that I did follow up on that.
She has one.
Thing to my, and I'm sorry, another issue is that I have spoken to parents that their children are being suspended early, and so I'm asking them to go back to the principal, and to work with their, a principal, but I mean, I'm being told that they're being suspended or sent home and so forth like that, so.
Again, if you'd be willing to share the specific schools that you heard with us, that would be appreciated. But we'll check with our staff and school development folks because they do supervise all the principals, and we'll try to get some of that information as soon as possible.
All right, great.
I've had that, thank you for bringing that up. And I had brought that up earlier, and I sent it to the appropriate people regarding certain schools as well.
So have I.
Thank you. Mr. Pre-Bruno?
Dr. Savage answered.
Did you have anything for the good of the order? Or was that it?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Savage?
Yes, just two quick things. One, I wanted to just accept Ms. Morgan's apology. I take absolutely no offense, but I just didn't have a chance to acknowledge because of the way of business. I want to say thank you, and also that I don't take any of this personally. I think I appreciate that all of us have a lot of interest in a lot of these things, and I just appreciate the fact that we can sometimes agree to disagree respectfully and try to model that the best we can. So I just so greatly appreciate, and absolutely not necessary, but thank you for offering that. I also wanted to clarify, and also I wanted to apologize in case anything about my tone or the substance of my response in any way contributed to the frustration as well. So thank you for that. The second piece I just wanted to mention was also just the good cause item that we've added, very similar to what we've done for transportation, and the state, I guess, as well has done this. It's a 60-day waiver, essentially to afford. It's a 60-day waiver for to ensure that we have CPR and first aid training and the AED machines. This is really a student safety focus, trying to ensure that we have all people as part of their job descriptions with that additional training. However, the schools are working, and we'll provide these written talking points to you so you have more information about this as well. But ensuring that schools are working with school development and academic services to ensure that someone with the appropriate training is present on each school site during the hours of operation for these fee-based programs. It's essential. We want to kind of put student safety first. We've tried to embed it into the job descriptions to ensure that that is the case, but just the lack of availability of training opportunities. So the 60-day timeline should give us an opportunity to get these folks trained, working with some of our providers. I guess Mr. Everly's involved as well to try to ameliorate this situation. So it's a 60-day waiver, and you'll have that piece there, as well as we'll be emailing you these talking points so you kind of have an understanding of that piece as well.
Thank you. I have Ms. Gittens and then Ms. Vaughn.
I just wanted to make sure, I was just looking at our agenda for tomorrow's briefing, and it mentions a resolution regarding millages and adopting the millage rates. So
there is no briefing tomorrow, Ms. Gittens.
Oh, well, has it been
That's why this is a
canceled?
longer day. It was pulled onto here. There was only one topic
Okay.
on there, so we merged it together.
Well, even so, I just wanted to mention to Attorney Dupree Bruno that we need to look at not blanket resolution. If we have to do something like a resolution for millage and all of that. So I'm just saying the verbiage of whatever is determined should not be so blanket that it takes out this as well. Does that, you understand?
Yes, through the chair. Basically, the resolutions that I was referring to that would be suspended would be all of the cultural types of resolutions. Anything that's statutorily mandated or anything that's business, obviously, we'll move forward with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, my question was still on what Dr. Savage was talking about.
Dr. Savage?
Clarify for me, give me some examples of fee-based employees. Are you talking about coaches? Who are we talking about here? I need some examples. I'm not clear.
Well, I may need some assistance from academic services. I know this was a collaboration between academic services, HR, and a number of other folks, but typically are fee-based.
I can explain a little bit. So this particular fee-based situation, it revolves around our after-school programs. So that's what this is referencing.
The after-school care. That's what you just said, right?
Yes, after school. So these are casual employees, and it's a fee-based program at the school for after-school programs, and that's what this is addressing in particular.
So that's this waiver for anybody who's receiving a supplementary. Now, what I need to know is, because I've heard something a little disturbing from a recently retired coach because I know the coaches as well, it's different than fee-based then, but the coaches do get a supplement. And I would like data on the coaches, the number of coaches and their assistants that have taken either this program or one like it, because I'm just trying to verify if something I heard through the grapevine is correct or not. But I'm hearing that there are quite a few people that work out in the fields with our kids or in the gym with kids that do not have a proper certification. I don't know if anybody can answer that now.
We can certainly work to provide
Is
you
it this certification, the same kind of thing
This,
for
to my
them?
understanding, is paraprofessionals, not coaches, but just folks who tend to work those fee-based programs.
Okay.
So if you run like an after-school program, it may be a person who's a paraprofessional during the day, but then
Right.
they make the additional
Right.
money after school working that program. But again, the life-saving trainings and whatnot are things that multiple others do. I mean, Dr. Spire, anything I'm
Right,
missing?
and I would understand that probably it would be not only coaches, but JROTC instructors. Are they not all required to have either this or something similar for the life-saving?
All of our athletic coaches are required to go through CPR courses as well as a coaching course before he or she's allowed out onto the field to play.
Does that include JROTC?
I'm not sure about JROTC. I would need to check with JROTC.
If it doesn't include JROTC, I would suggest that it does, because the students in that program, they're exempt from PE, are they not? They do a lot of physical.
They are, and it very well may include them as well, but I don't want to speak out of turn without double checking.
So what I'm going to request is a list from, I want to know from each school, because I want to see if the report that I got is true, that there are some coaches, and as far as I know, perhaps no JROTC people that are not trained in these life-saving measures. And I think it's extremely important, the kind of hot weather that we have here, and so many things can happen to our kids out there, that we not have a child die because of somebody who wasn't trained. So,
Right, and I know our athletic directors monitor that. So part of the hiring process and going through a checklist of responsibilities before a coach ever gets onto the field of play. But I will, if Dr. Savage would like, will gather that data.
I just want to verify that what I heard, I hope it's wrong, because I heard that there were places where they were looking the other way on current certification. If I understand it correctly, it would have to be recertified every year, would they not?
That is correct.
Okay. I would like to see that, and I would also like to know whether our JROTC instructors are also, and if they don't have to have that, I would suggest that we take a look at that as a school district, because those kids do very, very intense physical training, and
I would surmise there probably are, but I would absolutely verify with that with you. Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other business to come before this board, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
So gleeful.